Put the mic on. Wel, prynawn da. A croeso i'r cyfarfod o Cyngor y Sir, Sir Fynwy, yma yn Cyngor y Sir yn Brynbiga. Welcome very much to the meeting of Monmouthshire County Council on this Thursday.
No, this is the public-facing. The website, public access, is available to everyone. This isn't.
Don't be disrupted.
This is an internal website.
We'll use that again.
Right, thanks. Good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of Monmouthshire County Council on this Thursday, 25th of June, taking place here at County Hall in Usk. One point I'd make before we start the official part of the meeting is obviously that you are reasonably comfortable this afternoon. I think in the chamber here with the aircon on, we are. Please do not sort of try to turn that down, etc. If you've got an issue with that, then obviously speak to John Pearson in Democratic Services. But we need the 4 units on this afternoon for us to be comfortable. And obviously for people at home, I hope that you're not on Teams, you're not too hot and uncomfortable as the meeting progresses. I'm not going to sort of direct or curtail debate, etc. this afternoon, but I would make a plea on behalf of everybody that we do as much as we can adhere to the points and that we're concise and that there is, as far as possible, no repetition of a particular point that's already been made, being made then by another councillor. So I would ask on this very warm afternoon, particularly for people at home. We'll now then go to the agenda and ask for apologies for absence.
Chair, we've had apologies from County Councillor Tony Eason. Thank
you. That's fine. Secondly, now then, we'll go to declarations of any interest in any items that are going to be looked at this afternoon. No. If it arises as we go on, then obviously please indicate, and then you can actually make it and fill in the form from Democratic Services.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Bromfield's asked to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, thank you. Just for transparency, I'd like to declare a personal but non-prejudicial interest in item 12.4, Councillor Howard's motion as a business owner in that area, but I will also be seconding this motion as agreed by Councillor Howarth. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of Chair's announcement, they're obviously printed there in terms of I've been involved with. I just want to make a very brief statement about a young man, Tom Norton, in Abergavenny. I'd like to, on behalf of the Council, to congratulate Tom Norton, the young man from Abergavenny who's currently taking the world of county cricket by storm, firstly by taking a hat-trick in his debut for Glamorgan last month, and then playing a major role over the last week in Glamorgan's demolition of Surrey. So very well done from Monmouthshire County Council. Okay, we now go to Richard. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, very briefly, on behalf of the Conservative Group, and I'm sure on behalf of the whole Council, we want to congratulate all those Monmouthshire residents who were recipients of honours from His Majesty the King earlier this month in the birthday honours, namely Margaret Pedder, MBE, for services to armed forces families, to Professor Margaret Allen, MBE, for services to pharmacy, Philippa Penny, MBE, for services to church bell ringing and to young people, Sian Wilkins, OBE, for parliamentary and public service, Ian Salter, OBE, for services to the nuclear industry, Martin Blakeborough, OBE, for services for people affected by substance misuse, and Jamie Goddard, who's received an Order of the British Empire Medal for services to education, charity and young people. Members will be familiar that Mr Goddard was until recently deputy head teacher at Chepstow School. And Dame Jessica Morden, who was until recently one of the members of Parliament representing part of Monmouthshire. So we send them all our congratulations and thank them for their fantastic public service over so many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. We obviously join with you in congratulating those people for a long service in numerous fields to the authority and elsewhere. We move now then to...
Chair, Councillor Brocklesby is asked to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Brocklesby.
Chair, and thank you so much, Councillor John. Council will be pleased to know that all those spoken about just then have been written to by myself and on behalf of the council to thank them for their public service. And it's good to have that celebrated in council as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brocklesby. We go to agenda item number 4, which is to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of May 2026, and this is purely for accuracy and nothing more. Is somebody happy to move the minutes? Oh, sorry. I've just jumped on the agenda. I'm just going to go to the questions from the public, and we've got Mr. Owen Lewis here, who's going to put a question. You have, if you wanted to go up to the podium, I believe the mic is on, and you have a total of 15 minutes to give any background information that you wish to give, and then to actually give the question. And you also have the right to give a supplementary question as long as it's linked to your first substantive question. So I'll hand over now to...
Are you happy to read the first one? Are you happy to read the first one and I'll read the second, or do you rather me read the first one?
If you give your question...
Okay, let me just find that then. Sorry. They didn't...
Have you got it?
Oh, you got it there. Thank you. Can you confirm that all concerns related to operations at Tudor Street have fully been considered and that the council remains committed to safeguarding and meeting the needs of users for the long term?
Yes, so thank you, Owen, for the opportunity to respond to your concerns in a public forum. I can confirm that all of the concerns that have been raised with us concerning the operations at Tudor Street have been fully considered and discussed with the trustees of the gathering community. And I should say that for members of the public listening, as explanation, the gathering community is the independent charity that is renting Tudor Street from the council and which runs the Empowerment Oasis community provision there. I can also confirm that safeguarding is and continues to be of utmost importance to the council. We believe that all children, adults and young people in Monmouthshire have the right to be safe from harm and deserve the opportunity to fulfil their potential and live their lives in a safe environment. Any report of suspected abuse is treated seriously. It is seen as a priority for prompt action and help. And then finally, I can also confirm that we remain committed to meeting the needs of adults with physical or learning disabilities or mental health concerns in accordance with our obligations under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act 2014. We meet those needs through a range of directly provided, commissioned and community-based services.
The gathering was set up to support disabled people in accessible buildings. Please can you share how this has been... Sorry, should I do that? Repeat that. The gathering was set up to support disabled people in an accessible building. Please can you share how this is being done on a day-to-day basis, and please clarify what the gathering and the other groups such as Empowerment Oasis and Brighter Days do when they use Tudor Street. What is the difference between all the groups and how they are managed with regards to safeguarding and accounts? I want to finish by saying, as a trustee of the Gathering charity, and with 2 of the other trustees not allowing me onto the Tudor Street premises in order to carry out my obligations to scrutinise the work of the charity, I have to rely on reports from third parties such as yourselves.
As this supplementary question relates to the estates function where we rent out the building to an independent charity, I'm going to ask my colleague, Councillor Callard, whose portfolio includes estates and resources, to answer that particular question.
Thank you for the supplementary question, Mr. Lewis. We meet the Gathering community infrequently, a couple of times a year, to keep up with them about the services that they're providing and how they're operating from Tudor Street. I couldn't provide here to you now their detailed timetable, but if you contact them, they may well be able to provide you their I'm happy to request that information from them and pass it on to you, but it's not information that I have at my fingertips today in terms of the program and timetabling of the services that they offer from the building they let from us. But I would happily follow it up for you.
But what about the day-to-day with all the groups? There's the Gathering, Empowerment Oasis, and there's Brighter Days. I haven't had the answer. What do all 3 groups do generally? Like, what's the difference between them is what I'm asking. What's the difference between the 3 groups that are there?
Yeah, if you would come back in, Councillor Callard, but really you're going into more questions now. You've had one main question and a supplementary. Hang on. This is a formal meeting now. This is not a discussion elsewhere. This is a formal County Council meeting, so you'll have to wait on my instruction, I'm afraid. You've put one main question, you've put a supplementary, and now, Councillor Callard, you're going into more questions, but I'll allow Councillor Callard, as he wants to, answer that, but then that is it.
Thanks. Chair. Thank you, for the additional question, Mr. Lewis. I think my answer would be much the same as before. I'd need to seek clarity from that group in terms of how these different organisations that rent space from them interact. I'd say that's probably not uncommon, actually, when we look at organisations which lease property from the building, specifically in Abergavenny Community Centre, the Melville, in terms of how those let space to different organisations within them. It's not information I have at my fingertips, but I will happily request it for you and pass it on if that would satisfy you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Lewis. Thanks, Councillor Callard and Councillor Candler, for your responses. Diolch yn fawr. Now then, I jumped slightly earlier on. Back to the minutes. Back to the minutes. Is anyone happy to move that the minutes are accurate? Councillor Callard, a seconder. Councillor Sue McConnell, thank you. Everybody happy with the minutes? Okay, thank you. Diolch yn fawr. We now move to the various reports, and we start off with the proposed Chepstow bypass. And I think Councillor Griffiths is going to lead on this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Right. Thanks, Chair. And I want to begin by thanking our Director, Deb Hill-Howells, for producing the report which is on the agenda before us. I also want to thank Councillors Edwards and Pavia, my colleague councillors in Chepstow, for requesting the report at a previous meeting. It is an important matter. We can all agree that road congestion in Chepstow at various times of day, various days of the week, is a deep frustration to our residents. Having said that, there is a responsibility on all of us to be honest with our residents on what can and what cannot be achieved. The report recalls that there have been a number of consultants' reports on this matter. The initial WellTag 1 report produced in 2018 outlined a range of potential measures to improve transport in Chepstow. It considered the option of a bypass. It specifically noted the technical obstacles. The 2018 Capita report noted that the route requires a bridge from the ancient forest of the Thornwall headland to descend over 30 metres into the marshland of Sedbury. I look at this bridge regularly as I walk down the river from Chepstow. I have never seen a bridge like this, where the one anchor point is 30 metres beneath the other anchor point. It is a technical challenge. Notwithstanding that concern, MCC commissioned a further study in 2021 from Arup. This report was more positive on the bridge. It claimed to have halved the potential cost by reducing the average speed intended by the route. But the Arup report of 2021 made no mention of the challenging topography which had been identified by the previous Capita report. In March 2022, in the last cabinet of the previous administration, we find the only mention of the Arup report on the record of MCC, the only record I've been able to find. That report in March 2022 said that consideration for funding a further study would be given if bids for external funding were unsuccessful. So it wasn't a commitment to fund, it said that there would be consideration if external funding was unavailable. Well, the Levelling Up Fund bid prepared by the previous administration for a Chepstow transport hub did finally succeed. MCC received funds which, with match funding, add up to around £7 million for the Chepstow transport hub. We did ask in 2023 the UK government whether we could use £500,000 of the LUF money to commission design work on the bridge. This was consistent with the previous Cabinet report of looking for external funding. The then UK government, the previous Conservative government, refused that request. It would not allow the LUF funding to be used to have a further study on the Chepstow bypass. It could be that that UK government knew that a Chepstow bypass had never been included, never been considered for inclusion in the investment programme of national highways. It may have concluded that such a bypass was unlikely to meet the investment criteria set out by national highways. Much has been made of whether this road would meet the investment criteria set out by the Welsh Government's road review. As I think it's unlikely that it would meet the investment criteria of the UK government, I also think it's unlikely it would meet the investment criteria of the Welsh Government. It's important to note that this road's purpose is to allow the growing population of the Forest of Dean access to the motorway network. 80% of the users of this bridge are projected to live in Gloucestershire. The bridge would be half in Wales, half in England, but well over 90% of the approach roads would be in Gloucestershire. It has been estimated that 80% of the cost would fall on national highways rather than on Welsh Government. Earlier this year, we met the leader of Gloucestershire County Council. It was a purposeful meeting. Both councils agreed that they would only spend their residents' money on a further study if they could gain an understanding from National Highways that there was a potential access to construction funding. That conclusion does not mean that positive steps are not being taken. Road congestion in Chepstow does not only originate from the Forest of Dean. It also originates from the flow of traffic from Caldicot through Pwllchmerrig to High Beach. I regard it as a major step forward when Monmouthshire County Council and the administration persuaded the last Welsh Government to take forward the design of a new junction from the M48 to Seven Tunnel Junction. This will reduce congestion in Chepstow. It will be the most effective way of improving traffic flows around the High Beach roundabout. It will also elevate the importance of Seven Tunnel Junction railway station. With a link to the motorway, that railway station will inevitably become the Sevenside Parkway. Intercity trains will stop. It will be a pivot in a new Sevenside metro where trains at 15-minute intervals will connect Cardiff, Newport, Bristol, Bath, Caldicot, Chepstow, Lydney, Mega, Gloucester and Cheltenham. Now that is a vision which is deliverable and transformative and deserves, as it has, the backing of this whole council. One last point. It's a point I've made to my friends and colleagues in Gloucestershire. If the growing population of Forest of Dean, and in particular Lydney, want rapid access to the motorway, as well as 15-minute interval trains, they could and should seek to build not a new bridge through Thornwall, but to replace the old bridge from Lydney to Sharpness. That at least would be a bridge which is level rather than on a slope. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Diolch yn fawr. Do we have any comment or questions on this report? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Got Councillor Christopher Edwards to start. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for expanding a little further on the actual report. The report on the proposed Chepstow bypass highlights a troubling lack of ambition and urgency from Monmouthshire County Council in addressing one of the most significant infrastructure challenges facing the town and one of the main gateways into Wales. While I appreciate that the report carefully documents the history of studies, policy constraints and funding difficulties, it ultimately reads as an explanation for inaction rather than a roadmap for progress and future proactive approach. Now, residents and businesses have endured congestion problems for decades, as we all know. We all hear this on a daily basis and are as frustrated as everyone else. And the evidence has always been clear. Traffic delays affect quality of life, hinder economic growth, create pollution through stationary traffic, and undermine Chepstow's role as a gateway between Wales and England. Yet despite what you say about this well-tagged Stage 2 study identifying a bypass as one of the preferred options as far back as 2021, there has been no meaningful progress towards a future assessment. This, to me, is a non-report that offers not a single hint of ambition, hope, or meaningful intention to find a way forward to tackle these issues. The Council, quite rightly, points to Welsh Government policy, funding pressures, and uncertainty over delivery. Now, while these challenges are real, they should not become excuses for standing still. Effective leadership is needed on this Council, And this requires persistence, creativity, and determination to overcome any obstacles, not simply catalogue them as you have done in this report. Other authorities across Wales have faced equally difficult circumstances and continue to develop major infrastructure proposals. They build partnerships and seek funding solutions from your past Labour government in Cardiff Bay. Chepstow deserves the same level of commitment. What was particularly disappointing is the absence of a clear action plan, I think, in the recommendations. The report acknowledges the growing pressure that housing development in neighbouring English authorities will place on the transport network. However, it's quite odd that it ignores your own housing proposals for Chepstow, yet provides no timetable for advancing the bypass, no strategy for trying to secure external funding, and no structured programme for engagement with the current Welsh Government, UK Government, or other councils, other than a working group of officers, the discussions of which we have never come to light. Now, as I have previously mentioned, infrastructure should be delivered ahead of growth, not years after problems emerge. And instead, residents are left with continued uncertainty. A proactive council should be leading on the debate, building alliances, commissioning the necessary work when opportunities arise, and relentlessly making the case for investment. The report demonstrates awareness of the problem, but little ambition to solve it. The strongest overall argument is that a bypass should not be viewed as a road scheme alone, as you've hinted in your contribution, but as part of a wider package of infrastructure improvements that improve all of what we have previously discussed for the long-term prosperity of Chepstow and Monmouthshire. Some of these are mentioned in the report, the Chepstow Transport Hub, and that is, of course, as we know, thanks to the decisions of the last Conservative UK government. In my view, this report belittles Chepstow residents and the town by not acknowledging the seriousness of traffic congestion in Chepstow by this council and the effect it has on this part of the county. It offers no constructive or proactive solution to moving forward in any way. It shows no real ambition for Chepstow, which just about sums up, I think, this current administration's attitude to Chepstow, not only relating to traffic congestion, but as we've also seen in the last 2 years, its attitude to the future development of Chepstow schools and the unrealistic replacement local development plan. This administration basically needs to go back to the drawing board and try again. Chepstow residents and this council need to be more positive. After all, it was you, Monmouthshire Labour, that reminded us very early in this council term that there will be a different approach from the point where Labour control this council and Welsh Government at the same time. 2 years later, you also took control of the UK Government. In all these years, nothing has been moved forward. A complete wasted opportunity to bring about positive change for Chepstow. So to close, I just want you to say that Chepstow cannot afford another decade of studies, reviews, and missed opportunities. What is needed now is leadership with vision, determination, and a willingness to work with others to champion the infrastructure improvements that the town, its residents, and its economy so clearly require. I suppose in a way you should ask yourself the question, at what point does continued study become a substitute for delivery? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. We now go to County Councillor Armand Watts.
Yeah, hi, Chair. Thank you. I've listened to both speakers, really. I think this issue has been going on for 30 plus years. And the reality is, if Grista had made or paid more attention, really, to National Highways' kind of stance, really, on, first of all, the bypass, but more importantly, the future of the Old Severn Bridge, you would find that really that it's almost like a pointless exercise, which is clearly drumming up because guess what, we're coming closer to elections, so therefore the Conservatives are the answer to everybody's problems, and Labour have done nothing for the last 4 years, which is entirely untrue. Paul has stated quite clearly that he's done his best to engage, but it is an entirely misleading opportunity by the Conservative Party through Christopher to assume then that we're going to have a bypass that leads us to a bridge that we're not clear if it has a future or not. Why would you spend millions and millions of pounds, first of all, creating a study, Secondly, then building a new bridge to a bridge that probably has only got 10 to 15 years left in it anyway. The focus really should be on what the alternatives are, which Paul touched on. So whether or not there's going to be a crossing at Sharpness to Lydney, which historically there was, or there could be another bridge, or even a tunnel, a new Severn tunnel to match the ambitions of the new network. I want to point out, though, we do have an existing bypass, and I know that some members will roll their eyes, which is the Wye Bridge. And I think we should be focused on trying to get that up and running again, open to vehicles, because what we do know is in 2021, the last administration, which was the Conservative administration, knew very well that bridge was facing some significant problems. And through poor management and mismanagement and the lack of investment on that bridge, we now find ourselves where the bridge is now only open to pedestrians. So I'm going to leave it on that, but I really don't want to, I know it's a hot day and I don't want to kind of end up seeing everybody getting wound up about this, but really, if we've got to have another 10 or 12 months where, everything is Labour's fault, and frankly, Christopher Edwards is got the answer to just literally everything, then the public are going to switch off, really, Chair. I certainly have switched off already. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Almond-Watts. We now move to Councillor Anne Webb.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for this report and also for your involvement, Deb. And I really take the point that you say we must be honest with residents in what we can and cannot achieve. I hear you mention Paul Merrick and that direction, but you must also remember in my ward of St Albans, Llandogo, Tintern, with very important places in that constituency, bordering the racecourse and the Abbey and the huge tourist attractions that emanate from that road, and where they would really appreciate a bypass. But I see there's huge problems. But can I just say, Paul, that if there is a further study, that you can involve that area in the study and not just the Paul Merrick in that direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. We now go to County Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Thank you. Oh, I'll get used to the system soon. I'm trying not to sneeze. The air conditioning is actually slightly getting to me. We're all acutely aware, obviously, of the road traffic issues and the congestion in Chepstow and indeed on Severn side. This really has not been ignored or dismissed by this administration. Indeed, we've lobbied hard for improvements at every opportunity. But while we've been careful not to rule out options ourselves, I really would caution against focusing in on a single intervention as a solution. Transport networks and human behaviour are generally not that simple, and a basket of measures are needed to shift away from this unsustainable situation we're faced with at the moment. This council is not in sole control of most of these interventions, but we are able to lobby for them, and we've worked hard to develop and communicate a clear vision of what is needed through our work on the local and subsequently regional transport plan, through the CCR Transport Subcommittee, through discussions with Welsh Government, with ministers and with civil servants, with DFT and with our MP. We've also initiated discussions, as Councillor Griffiths has mentioned, with Gloucestershire City Council. And it's important to note that also this council has put in bids for funding whenever opportunities arise, and would like to pay tribute to our officers for their persistence and hard work in doing this. So when I talk about a mix of measures, what am I talking about? I think you probably know this, and I'm going to bore you to tears recapping it, but I'm going to do it anyway. One way, I think, to understand it is to consider local journeys and distant travel separately. The solutions are not necessarily the same, and things do get particularly difficult when they get tangled up together, which is one of the problems we see in Chepstow. It's abundantly clear that the sheer volume of traffic through Chepstow is a key contribution. It's likely to get worse with the new housing plan for the Forest of Dean. Yes, there is new housing planned also in Monmouthshire, but it's really tiny, tiny quantities by comparison, and let's not ignore that and let's not gloss over it. While building a new road to the south might look like a really attractive option, because single solutions always sound great, don't they? There is a risk it will simply transfer the problem to another part of Chepstow, and experience elsewhere does tend to indicate that new roads soon get filled up with even more cars. This measure is also, as mentioned, extraordinarily expensive and disruptive. If it was to go ahead, there is a very powerful argument it would be better situated on the English side of the border, avoiding Chepstow and South Wales entirely, genuinely bypassing. Surely the long-term solution must be to provide an alternative to joining and adding to the congestion on the roads, including taking pressure off High Beach Roundabout. And this means frequent, reliable and affordable trains, which we've been working on consistently, stations that are accessible to all, have good facilities, are well linked to bus services, pedestrian and cycle ring routes. So that includes Chepstow Station, Seven Tunnel Junction, and of course the new Magos Station, and this key road link from the M48 through to Seven Tunnel Junction to avoid pushing more traffic onto the B4525. If we don't look at things in the round like this, we really are kidding ourselves. We need to make it more convenient and pleasant to travel by public transport than by car for the long distances, and to walk or wheel for the shorter journeys for everyone who can. This is genuinely a win-win for the well-being of communities, the health of individuals, and for the economy. It's incredibly difficult to move all of these different elements forward together, and we always get criticised if we put in place one piece of the jigsaw without the other bits, because people do see what's missing, and they don't necessarily understand that each part may be led and funded by a different body and have to be pursued in parallel. But let's not lose sight of the vision that we're working towards. Let's not allow these barriers to confuse us and make us think that there isn't a vision and that there isn't a plan. Just very finally, just to mention to you, on the M48 link, I have been advised by Welsh Government officers that the Strategic Road Network team have approached TfW to discuss the scope of work required to complete the WellTag 2 this year for a potential M48 to B4245 link road. The new minister will need to be briefed before this work can commence, so we're pushing on that too. Thank you.
Thank you, County Councillor Maybe. We move now then to County Councillor Paul Pavia.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank the Cabinet member and officers for the report? It was obviously a direct follow-up from my January motion, and it obviously shows a clear chronology of events and where we are. The Cabinet member said we need to be honest with the public, and I think Councillor Edwards was quite right. I think the report points to a paucity of ambition, a document that explains very thoroughly why nothing has happened when residents ask us and continue to ask us for a plan to make something happen. Now, the Cabinet member rightly pointed out that between 2017 and 2022, under the previous Conservative administration, this council did make progress. 2 WellTag studies delivered, a formal agreement with Gloucestershire to fund the next stage. And in March 2022, one of the last Cabinet meetings before the election, a resolution to progress to WellTag Stage 3. Now, that progress has stopped at the exact moment the administration changed, and I don't think that's a coincidence of policy. That, in my view, was a deliberate choice. Now, the Cabinet member again points to the section in the report that says the greatest benefit goes to commuters in England, so the UK government should fund it. But who actually sits in the traffic? The parent stuck on the school run in Bulwark, the family living in Mount Pleasant, breathing the air on Newport Road. They are Welsh, they are our residents. And with the Orwell Bridge restricted, as Councillor Watts rightfully point out, Chepstow is in practical terms a one-road town. An incident on the M48, let alone on the A48, and the town becomes a diversion for an entire strategic corridor with no alternative. A Welsh resilience failure waiting to happen, or some say it's already happened. So if we take the administration's logic for its word, if you believe the UK government should pay, then go and ask them. As the MP asked them, she's been close to the seat of power in Downing Street over the last 2 years. Has she been asking? I know some Labour colleagues and the Cabinet member rightly pointed out, that, including the MP, would prefer a new Severn crossing further up the estuary. I won't dismiss that. But he said about being honest with residents. Is it being examined? There's no business case, no costing, no line in the map. So that would cost far more and take far longer than a bypass where we've progressed to 2 WellTag studies, a junction already in the ground at Thornwell. So effectively, that's not greater ambition to look for a third crossing. It's a more expensive way of doing nothing. in my view. And here's the heart of it. The report says the council remains committed to investigating and, if viable, constructing the bypass. Then says that the very study that would investigate it would be abortive. You cannot be committed to finding out whether something works while refusing the one piece of work that would tell you. We're not asking for £75 million, what the report estimates a scheme would potentially be, cost to be built today. We are asking to fund the next stage of the study. So what I'm asking, I've got a few questions to the Cabinet member. Has he or officers scoped the cost of WellTag Stage 3? And if not, would he be prepared to bring the cost in and a potential timetable back to this chamber, ideally before the summer recess, but if it takes a bit longer, then into the autumn? Can he clarify whether, and I know you mentioned about Gloucestershire County Council and again, willing to be part of a joint funding of a next stage of a study. Can he confirm whether the offer that Gloucestershire County Council made just less than 2 years ago of £500,000, is that money still on the table? Has that been ring-fenced or hypothecated? And if so, have we formally responded to that offer and agreed that we would pursue a joint funding arrangement? Is that in writing, and we formally agreed that? Will he be able to publish an engagement plan with the new Welsh Government? We've obviously got a new Welsh Government very, very fresh in the last few weeks, with the UK Government and respective MPs as well, because we know Matt Bishop, the MP for the Forest of Dean, is in favour of a bypass. None of that requires significant amount of money or changes of policy in Cardiff Bay. It just requires the will to lead. And Chair, my final point, and to the Cabinet member, and I respect him greatly, he represents the Chepstow ward. He knows the roads well. He knows High Beach, and I know we're still waiting on the Welsh Government WellTag report on High Beach. He knows the problems with the Old Wide Bridge. He knows where we are with Burns' recommendations for improvements in the south of the county, and he probably knows, other than probably Councillor Maybe, better than anyone else in the chamber. Let this be his legacy. He's probably unlikely to be in the chamber after next year's elections. Let this be a legacy to the residents of Chepstow. Bring us another timetable. Bring us a timetable, sorry, not another chronology of where we are. And Chair, finally, I said in the motion back in January, this wasn't about grandstanding, it's about credibility. Chepstow residents have heard reasons why nothing can move for years, some probably decades, that have been long-standing residents. They've just been offered another one more with this report. When the people of Chepstow say fix this, the answer cannot be to shrug dressed up in a report. Let's stop wringing our hands and let's get on with it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, County Councillor Pavia. We move now then to County Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the bypass is vital to people in Chepstow. And it's not just in peak hours that there's massive traffic congestion. It can be any time of the day. For example, in Portmerrick at 4 o'clock, it can take you 20 minutes, half an hour just to get to the High Beach roundabout. And also there might be other times when there is congestion, for example, during the middle of the day when people are going into Greggs or Subway, and that's actually blocking the flow of traffic going down and to from town. Councillor Maybe mentioned that there wasn't a single intervention. I mean, I agree that we should be pursuing not only the M48 link, but also the High Beach roundabout. And the report doesn't say very much about the High Beach roundabout. And I think we do need to have some further feedback on how that is progressing. But the other area is obviously the Chepstow bypass. Now, it's no good saying, oh, you'll be dealing with traffic coming in one direction to Chepstow when you're not dealing with traffic and the fact that Chepstow only has one way in and one way out coming from the Forest of Dean. We also know that, that the Forest of Dean are planning even more development than they were before in terms of housing in Lydney and also at the Beachley Barracks, Chepstow, Gloucestershire. I think a lot of people forget that Chepstow is both in Gloucestershire and Monmouthshire, and anything that affects the Gloucestershire side also affects the centre of Chepstow. On a practical basis, you can't actually rely on the fact that if you've got a doctor's appointment, do you have to allow an extra half an hour because the traffic congestion at the High Beach is so unpredictable to actually get to the appointment in time. Schools can arrive an hour late if there's any road traffic works or anything like that. Progressing this Chepstow bypass is looking at the traffic coming in, obviously, from the Forest of Dean side. But the longer we leave it, the worse it will get. I mean, obviously, the report says it's 60 million, and it's now stated that it'll be 75 million. But the longer we leave it, the more expensive it'll get. And it's urgent on a day-to-day basis for the people who actually live in Chepstow and experience this continual traffic congestion, which both because of the house building proposed in the RLDP in Monmouthshire and also the house building proposed in the Forest of Dean is only going to get worse. So I think that I've been here for the previous administration and this administration as well. Now, the difference is in the previous administration, the Chepstow bypass was actually chugging along quite nicely, thank you very much. And we had an officer who was dedicated to doing work on that, Roger Hoggins, who's subsequently retired. But then suddenly there was a halt on this, and there's no reason why there should be a halt on this, because where there's a will, there's a way, and I don't think it's acceptable to just shrug our shoulders and say there isn't any funding. We should be seeking funding, we should be lobbying in every way that we can to ensure that this funding is obtained. And I think, I think it has been halted by this administration, because shortly after they were elected in September 2022, it was interesting to read the Place report and the response on the Forest of Dean plan, and that was before they're intending to build even more housing. And it said that they couldn't really support the plan because there was a need for a Chepstow bypass. It also mentioned active travel measures, but active travel alone, as Councillor Maybe said, in terms of a single intervention, will not work, because the reality is active travel covers walking, cycling and bus transport. Now, your bus transport is also getting stuck in all of these queues, so people won't be able to get to the different stations or get to where they want to get to. And quite frankly, I mean, in Portmerrick there is a hill, and cycling I think is dangerous on that road because it is so congested, and also walking when children have had to walk into school because they've got no other way to get there. Children have come back from the Dell with headaches because of the fumes and the air pollution that's being caused. So I think it is an urgent matter, and I would urge this administration to lobby as hard as they can on all three interventions. And I would also like to see a further report on the High Beach roundabout, because we haven't heard anything much. The report itself says very little on it. There was a sort of a consultation on a few ideas, but but nothing has materialised, and we haven't had any feedback on that. I also noticed that on the land at Mountain Road, they had a pre-application consultation, and they didn't include the reserved land for improvements to the High Beach roundabout, which was actually in the RLDP and should have been included. So those sort of things also need to be kept an eye on. So I'm pleased that you're looking at the High Beach roundabout and also the M48, but you've got to really consider, I mean, it's naive actually to think you're not going to get traffic coming from the other direction, and therefore a bypass is important. You've talked about another solution, which is Lydney to Sharpness Bridge. I would imagine that would cost much more than 75 million. We haven't even got any costings on that, and I don't think that's a particularly realistic solution either. Thank you.
Thank you, County Councillor Brown. We now move to County Councillor Sue Riley.
Do I press the button? Thank you, Chair. I like this brief because Councillors Brown, Pavia and Maybe have made a lot of the points that I was going to make. I am interested into solutions at High Beach because we haven't heard whether a similar sort of Cauldre type change could happen there to get rid of some of the congestions there. I welcome improvements in public transport always, but Monmouthshire is quite a difficult county, and as Councillor Brown has said, there's a lot of buses and things will actually will just end up in that congestion. But a lot of people in my ward, a lot of residents in Bulwark and Thornwell have appointments, medical appointments, places like Abergavenny, Neville Hall, The Grange, Royal Gwent. How are they going to get there? People who are maybe quite unwell or disabled, how are they going to get there by a train without it taking most of the day? I wonder if you could answer that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I don't see any other hands up. Do you want to come back now, Councillor Griffiths, in light of those comments and thoughts?
Thanks very much. And thanks everyone for their contributions. I'll try and respond to at least a number of them. Councillor Riley was last. Councillor Riley represents the Thornwell ward. I have very significant concerns that should this bridge and bypass ever be built, that it will shift the congestion from Hardwick Hill, where I live, to Thornwell. So all that queue traffic going up to High Beach roundabout will simply queue to get onto junction 2 of the M4. It will, I fear, do what so many road schemes do, shift the congestion from one point to another, and I'm not sure that Thornwell residents will thank us for that. I'll pick up on Councillor Pavia's point. I think, Paul, your memory of the last cabinet in March 22, the last hurrah of the last administration, your memory is flawed. You report that that cabinet agreed to commission a further study of the bypass. It did not. I've read the minutes very closely. I'll report them very precisely. It agreed to give consideration to a further study if external funding did not become available. It did not endorse the Arup report. It did not express support for the bypass. It said it would give consideration to funding a further study. Well, external funding did become available. As I said in my introduction, it came from the UK government. We asked the UK government if we could divert £500,000 of that to have a further study, and the Conservative UK government said no. So that was the support that they offered to the scheme, and that needs to be remembered by all. Councillor Pavia asked if we'd ever asked the UK government. Well, as I've just said, we did, and they said no. Councillor Webb asks us to remember that the flow of traffic to Chepstow is not just from Caldicot and Pulchmerrig, it's not just from the Forest of Dean, it is also from further up the Wye Valley in her ward. And that is the case, and we must always keep that in mind. What I would say to Councillor Webb is that if we can significantly reduce the flow of traffic from Caldicot and Pulchmerrig, then that will ease the flow from the north. So these things are related. I'll finish by reflecting on the contribution of Councillor Edwards. He asks that we should ensure that infrastructure matches development. We are currently in Chepstow living with the development decisions of the previous administration. Planning consents were given for 400 homes in what is referred to locally as the Maybe Bridge site. That followed on from a previous consent for 400 homes on the Seven View site. That's only partly developed, but that development will continue apace in the future. That's 800 homes in the centre of Chepstow. Don't get me wrong, I think Chepstow is benefiting from those developments. It is adding to the vibrancy of the town. But the previous administration made no provision for infrastructure support commensurate with that development. None whatsoever. And yet, this administration is accused somehow or other of going over the top in proposing 150 homes in the new development plan, when the last administration put in place 800 homes with no infrastructure development. Councillor Edwards accuses this administration of a lack of action. I suggest that the action that has been taken, significant action to start the junction off the M48 to reduce traffic in Chepstow and to achieve other objectives, is action. I suggest the action by Welsh Government and the UK Government to put at least £500 million into the Burns actions relating to railways and the rail metro east of Cardiff and Newport, including Monmouthshire, that is real action. Councillor Edwards accuses me and the administration of a lack of ambition. That ambition that I set out for a rail metro extending across the national borders, linking Monmouthshire, Cardiff, Newport, Bristol, Bath, Gloucester, 15-minute interval trains like in the Core Valley. It can be achieved. It's been achieved in the Core Valleys just now. That is real ambition, and I ask for the support of this council for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for your summing up. Thanks for all the inputs. The recommendation on this report is to note the contents of the report. So we're not actually, as it were, voting on it, but thanks, Councillor Griffiths, for bringing this report to the council. Diolch yn fawr. We move now then to the next item, and that is Code of Corporate Governance. And County Councillor Ben Callard is going to speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'm pleased to present to Council the revised Code of Corporate Governance for 2026. This document sets out the framework through which Monmouthshire County Council directs and controls its affairs, ensuring that we conduct our business lawfully, ethically, transparently, and in the best interests of our residents. Good governance is fundamental. It provides assurance that decisions are taken openly and accountably, that public resources are used effectively, and that risks are managed appropriately. It also helps to ensure that we remain focused on delivering sustainable outcomes for our communities. The revised code reflects the latest guidance from SIPFA and SOLAS, including the 2025 addendum to the Delivering Good Governance framework. It updates our governance arrangements to ensure they remain aligned with current best practice and continue to support the Council's commitment to continuous improvement. The code is built around 7 core principles of good governance. These principles cover integrity and ethical behaviour, openness and stakeholder engagement, defining sustainable outcomes, making informed decisions, developing organisational capacity, managing risk and resources effectively, and ensuring transparency and accountability. The document also reinforces the Council's organisation values of teamwork, openness, flexibility, fairness and kindness. These values underpin how we work together and how we serve our communities. Members will note that the Code continues to place responsibility for oversight of governance arrangements with the Strategic Leadership Team supported by the Monitoring Officer, Section 151 Officer, Chief Internal Auditor, the Governance and Audit Committee and this Council. It also provides the framework against which our annual governance statement is prepared and reviewed each year. This is not just a compliance document, it's a statement of how we intend to conduct ourselves as an organisation and how we will maintain the trust and confidence of the public that we serve. By adopting this revised code, we affirm our commitment to the highest standards of governance, accountability and stewardship. I therefore commend the Code of Corporate Governance 2026 to Council and ask members to approve its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Are there any comments? Or Councillor John?
Thank you, Chair. So the Conservative Group will be supporting the recommendations, but I must point out the obvious conflict in this report. I'll quote from it. Our organisational values are teamwork, openness, flexibility, fairness, kindness. These values explicitly promote respectful and supportive conduct. Page 4 says, all council members will act with integrity in all their dealings. Page 8 references ensuring members behave with integrity, acting in the public interest is visibly and consistently demonstrated, and that elected members should be, and I quote, leading by example. The report references a positive workplace with a focus on culture and well-being and commits to, and I quote, ensuring arrangements to maintain the health and well-being of the workforce. Perhaps you can tell us how those values are consistent with alleged behaviour in the Labour group over the last 4 years and the way that members of that group have been treated. How is that compatible with a member of this council telling another elected member to miss their cancer treatment to go and support the Labour Party at a meeting? Allegations of bullying within the Labour group have been made in the press. Can the leader tell us if these allegations are being investigated? There's no place for bullying in this council, and I think it's completely meaningless to sit here preaching kindness if unacceptable behaviour is going on unchecked.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor John. There is no contradiction between what is laid out in this Code of Conduct and Governance and what you claim is happening in the Labour group. They are, at present, allegations. They are under investigation and have been, and they are a matter for the Labour group, and they are being dealt with. We are, as every other group within this, within the council, hold true to our own values and are absolutely committed to the values as they are laid out for the council. And we remain in that way in our public dealings, in Cabinet, in Council and in public. And we will continue to deal with the issues that arise within our group following our own regulations and code and conduct.
Thank you, County Councillor Maybe. Any other... Brocklesby, sorry, I'm mixing you up here. Are there any other comments or questions regarding this report? No? I'm told by a monitoring officer that if there is full assent for this, it will go through. Obviously, if there's any dissent, then I would go to a vote. Are all members, both online and in the room happy for this report to be accepted? There's no dissent? No? Okay, well, thank you. Then that report is accepted and will obviously go forward. It will be the updated Code of Corporate Governance, and that we fully approve its adoption as part of the Council's constitution. Thank you very much. Diolch. We move now then to the next item, and this is Welsh Government Salix loan funding bid for energy refit works, and it is Councillor Maybe now who's going to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm presenting to you today our next phase of decarbonisation and energy efficiency works to Monmouthshire County Council buildings. This supports our commitment to further reduce carbon emissions from our estate. The report asks Council to agree the installation of a set of measures across several buildings with a combined simple payback of 8 years, up to a total cost of £1 million, which will generate net financial savings to Council as well as reducing carbon emissions. The report also asks for approval to fund this work through a low-interest Salix loan from the Welsh Government Funding Programme, repayable over 10 years. Further, the report asks for allocation of a capital budget of up to £100,000 as a contingency within the total budget cost of the project, and to agree a delegated approach for future Salix eligible projects as part of the capital programme. Just to give you some context on this, there is a report giving all the technical details, and I promise you I'm not going to go through all of those. But just to explain to you that Monmouthshire County Council has already done the work we might describe as low-hanging fruit to improve energy efficiency to our buildings. Carbon emissions from Monmouthshire County Council buildings did reduce by 10% between 2019-20 year and the 2024-25 year, due in part to a previous Salix project delivered between 2021 and 2023. The next level of savings is harder to achieve, with less savings to set against the cost of the measures, competing priorities for Monmouthshire County Council capital, and payback time minimums set by the loans programme. We've surveyed our buildings to find out what it would cost if we were to apply all available measures to reduce carbon emissions. The results of that is an estimate of £85 million to save 54% of emissions, and that would be without a financial return on the investment at current costs and prices. We then focused in on the 10 buildings in our estate which generate the highest carbon emissions, around 40%. The cost estimate is about 1.3 to 5.8 million per site, and the payback stretches way into the future, from 48 years up to 400, again at current costs and prices. So we thought, what next? We focused in on creating then a basket of measures that together could fit the loan criteria and be financially viable as a no-regrets next step. And this is what I'm presenting here. The details of the actual measures in the buildings they're going to be applied to are provided in the appendix. I want to just explain finally that we haven't given up on taking more radical action, and we're working with Welsh Government Energy Services to develop funding bids for the more major projects on 5 sites, which would align then with Welsh Government grant funding criteria, and that would help us to pay for it. That will require detailed bids and matching capital funding, and the 5 sites would be probably County Hall, Caldecott School, Caldecott Leisure Centre, Raglan Primary and Raglan Depot. So there's a lot more detail behind all of this, but that's a summary for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Any comments or questions from anyone in the chamber or online? Then, as this is quite a substantial amount of money, can we move to a vote on this, please, that we accept or don't accept this recommendation from Councillor Maybe? Thanks. Diolch. That recommendation for that Welsh Government funding, etc., is now accepted. Thanks. We move now. Yeah.
Sorry. Just a number of comments just being made here in terms of this voting system. How can we understand that everyone's voted? According to what was on my screen, only 29 people had voted. Just for clarity, thank you very much.
Councillor Keir, I've got on my screen here, I can see exactly who's voted, and there was one person who hadn't voted who was in the meeting. So as soon as I'm satisfied that everybody's voted, I've let the chair know.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's clear, and we can see it by name as well. So it's all clear.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Keir, for raising that point. Obviously, it is a new system today, and we're obviously getting familiar with it. It's somewhat different to Teams, but hopefully it will be much more efficient. It's obviously worked reasonably well so far. Okay, next report that we've got to look at is the panel performance assessment, and County Councillor Mary-Ann Brocklesby is going to address this. Thank you.
Our community and corporate plan sets out clearly who we are, what we stand for, and the priorities we are committed to delivering for the people of Monmouthshire. Alongside that, we have a well-established performance framework that ensures we remain focused on delivery and, importantly, accountable for the outcomes we achieve. Earlier this year, in February, we undertook our first panel performance assessment. This is a statutory requirement for all councils in Wales, carried out once every electoral cycle, providing an independent evaluation of how effectively we are meeting our performance responsibilities. It complements our annual self-assessment, which members will receive later this year. The panel was chaired by Bev Smith, a highly respected former chief executive, and I would like to place on record my thanks to her and her fellow panel members. I also want to recognise the many staff, councillors, partners, businesses and residents who contributed their time and insight. Over the course of the week, the panel engaged with more than 120 individuals, representing a broad and balanced cross-section of our communities and organisation. This was a thorough and robust process. The panel reviewed evidence, engaged directly with stakeholders, and drew on staff and resident feedback. It is therefore a genuinely independent and well-informed assessment of our organisation. And it is important to say clearly the conclusions are very positive. The panel describes Monmouthshire as an ambitious and well-run council with communities firmly at its heart and a reach that extends beyond its boundaries. That is something every member of this council and all our staff can take real pride in. They also recognise our strong ambition and clear potential for the authority to go even further and become a truly outstanding organisation. The report highlights a number of strengths that will be familiar to many in this chamber. Our visible and committed leadership, particularly in tackling inequality and improving outcomes. Our ambition and willingness to look beyond our boundaries to create opportunity, the dedication, loyalty and identity of our workforce, our deep understanding of our communities, and our strong person-centred approach. And a culture where partnership working is not an add-on, but part of our organisational DNA. These are not small endorsements, councillors. They speak directly to the values we hold and the way we work as a council. Naturally, the purpose of an internal assessment is not only to recognise strengths, but to help us improve. And the panel made three clear recommendations. Firstly, to sharpen our focus on delivering major opportunities that improve outcomes while managing financial pressures. Secondly, to strengthen our shared understanding and approach to community resilience. And thirdly, and lastly, to complete the development of our workforce and succession planning. In addition, the report identifies further areas where we can deepen and strengthen our approach, particularly in how we consistently capture and demonstrate our progress towards long-term outcomes. We welcome this. External challenge of this nature is absolutely valued, and it helps us to continue evolving and improving as a council. It is important to be clear that the panel's report is independent and cannot be amended. What we can do, and what we have done, is respond constructively and positively. Cabinet has accepted the findings in full, and working closely with officers have developed a clear and proportionate response, which is set out in the tables before you. That response has already been considered by our Governance and Audit Committee, who were joined by members of the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee, chaired by Councillor Neil. I thank both. They did not seek any changes, which provides further assurance in the robustness of the approach. So, Chair and colleagues, this report gives us confidence that we're on the right track. It recognises the strength of our leadership, our values, and our commitment to our communities. At the same time, it provides clear direction on where we can go further and faster. I therefore ask Council to do two things. Firstly, to note the panel's report, and secondly, to approve the Council's response to its recommendations. In doing so, we reaffirm both our pride in what we have achieved and our determination to continue improving for the communities that we serve. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. Are there any comments or questions? Yeah, I have at the back Councillor Howarth, if you want to come in.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members and officers. Yeah, I'd just like to point out a couple of things which I've picked up and we've picked up as an independent group. And I believe that some months ago, actually, it was picked up by our members over here on my right-hand side, the administration over here, was the scrutiny arrangements. And I note in the document there, and we said it's been to our source now to be finalised, and they're quite in agreement with the summary of recommendations. But I'd just like to point out the two items. Well, there are three items. The one item actually isn't in the report, and I thought it may have been or would have been. Scrutiny arrangements, and it's quite clear. However, members report that scrutiny views are not always sufficiently valued, with limited feedback following reports to Cabinet. The timeliness of the Cabinet forward plan, which is the important one, can also hinder scrutiny's effectiveness. Do we not believe that's so important to this council that actually we take that on board? I've got nothing in the three recommendations that members, especially opposition members, actually not the Cabinet or the leading groups members, are actually part of the scrutiny function. It's the most important thing in this council. I believe, anyway, making sure that we have things right. I, for one, and many others, spend actually countless hours looking at the plan to make sure that we have it right. And I will assure you, members, that actually now anybody can go in that plan from the senior leadership team here and amend that plan, which I've proven. So I'm totally disappointed that isn't in there. The second one is the effectiveness of council use of time. It's quite clear. The structure of meetings should be reviewed to better utilise the wide range of skills and experience that members bring. I can't understand why we haven't actually included that within the three recommendations. And the third one, which actually isn't even mentioned here, and I'm sure our group leaders will be concerned as well, is the effectiveness of the Cabinet meetings that the opposition have in them. and I'll bring this up because as a member, I put something forward to Cabinet some months ago now, and because I missed the deadline of probably, I think it was around about 90 seconds, something like that, actually, them questions weren't allowed to be asked. Yes, I've got to stay with the Constitution, but then when you speak to your leaders, actually what effectiveness do we have as opposition in a Cabinet meeting? It's virtually nil. Absolute utter waste of time attending, which is not right, it's not correct. The leading group needs scrutiny. They need our leaders to actually go to them and explain why we're asking these questions. They're fobbed off, they're led down the garden path, and actually, I think they're quite honest in saying they're absolutely a waste of time. So I would have liked something to be in there, and I don't know whether it's in the small print. This is not a draft document. This is the final document for us to agree today. I don't know if that was mentioned, that third bullet point I've just brought up. There's nothing mentioning in here how effective the Cabinet meetings are with the opposition, things like that. As I say, so I won't agree this document today, and I look forward to the next one in another 12 months when we may have a new group on board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Howarth. We go to Councillor Alistair Neil.
Thank you, Chair, and I would very much like to welcome the report and to say thank you, first of all, to all the panel members who took time to bring their views and assess in what I think is a very fair way the way that the Council has been operating. And I also welcome the good performance, and we welcome as a group, and we celebrate good performance when it happens. So well done to all. It's good when we see good things happening. But our job as councillors, and those particularly building on Councillor Harris' points, who are involved in scrutiny, is not to act as an extended PR function for the Council. It is to genuinely scrutinise on behalf of residents. So having said well done to all for a good performance assessment, I'd like to raise a couple of key points. Firstly, would our residents across the county recognise or indeed agree with the overview of the panel? Would they agree that, quote, Monmouthshire is an ambitious, well-run council with communities at its heart? Would they? Really? If we think not, or if we simply don't know, then we need to focus much more on our residents and their views to bridge what many would say is a great big gap between the genuine views of residents and the internal views of local government. And secondly, whilst we're focusing on residents, the report makes no reference to their contribution. Their astonishing cumulative compound 5-year increase in council tax of 33%. So when the panel recommends, as its very first recommendation, that Monmouthshire County Council should, and with due respect to the leader, I'll correct the way that she expressed what is contained in the report. The quote is that the council should focus and prioritise major opportunities that will deliver better outcomes for residents at a lower cost. We fully agree with that. A lower cost, not a slower increase in cost. And lower costs should surely mean lower charges, including lower council tax. So we will await the actions of this council to achieve this. And of course, we will hold it to account should it fail to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil, for your comments. I don't see any other hands up. I hand back now then to the leader to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both Councillor Howarth and Councillor Neil. Firstly, can I make clear once again that the report of the peer panel assessment is their report. It's not the report of the council or the cabinet. And we have a statutory obligation to receive it. We have no legal rights at all to change it. They are not our recommendations. They are not our observations. They do not draw merely on the members of the administration, as it says clearly in the report itself. They spoke to a wide range of people. They come just once a year, once a administration, as under the Act, not every year. Councillor Howarth, the distinction I think that you're alluding to is a requirement again, a statutory requirement to hold a self-assessment on an annual basis. And that self-assessment is scheduled to come to the Council in September. To get back to the effectiveness of scrutiny, there is no one in this chamber who is more committed to accountability and the strength of scrutiny. It is absolutely core to a good council, an ambitious council, that it allows itself and is properly scrutinised. And I thank Councillor Neil, who his committee, without exception, gives over to Cabinet at every scrutiny committee they had, notes and observations from the scrutiny committee. And that is in the report pack. I would welcome every scrutiny committee to do the same. Coming back to that, the governance of council, the law requires that scrutiny takes place in scrutiny committees. It is not in Cabinet. That is the law. Cabinet has questions and robustly has asked them by group leaders, particularly by Councillor John, who attends every meeting of Cabinet, and if he does not, someone who's substituted. Time's a funny old thing, isn't it, Councillor Howarth? 90 seconds at times can seem like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But when there is a deadline, and in councils we know deadlines have to be accepted, whether it's motions, whether it's procurement bids, whether it's questions, that deadline, in my view, should always be sacrosanct. What I would like to say is I think we should be proud of our scrutiny committees. They have held us to account very robustly on a whole number of occasions. That is how a good council should function, and we should recognise that. And I won't apologise for that at all, and I would encourage the way that we scrutinise to continue. Getting back to your point about the timeliness of meetings, you'll be aware that I think the peer panel assessment certainly brought it up when they spoke to me, and I know when I've spoken to colleagues, they were commenting not so much on our scrutiny committees or Cabinet, they were commenting on the length of time of our council meetings. It's one area where, surprisingly so, council, we appear to be outstanding among other councils in the length of our council meetings. We have discussed it as group leaders as ways in which we can shorten the meetings without undermining the democratic process and ensuring that there are open, honest, robust debates. And I think all of us, you want a full answer, all of us would welcome, especially today, that we finish the meeting early. But at the same time, people get a chance to speak. And certainly, I know across groups, we all discuss about who should speak, how many people should speak. And that's what they were alluding to, and I think that's something we all agree with. In terms of how we engage with our communities and the effectiveness at low cost, I couldn't agree more. We should be doing that. What the recommendations was talking about was how internally we can ensure, by being more front-facing, more human-facing, more engaged in the way that we do partnership with our communities, we can find ways to spend resources more effectively, meeting the needs, meeting what matters to our residents. A number of things that we have done, which were highlighted in the report, was Let's Talk Forum, where we engage with our communities, but also, and we, along with our partners, won a prize the other week from the National Planning Association for the way we engaged on placemaking, which was identified and celebrated as one of the best in Wales. Well, the best in Wales, of engaging in a very careful partnership, meaningful partnership with our communities within towns to develop a pacemaking plan which was owned by everyone. Cost effective, yes. What matters to those towns? Absolutely. Delivered at the pace they want it to do, hopefully. That's the way we see working with our communities in an effective way, marshalling those resources. Like every other council, we face financial constraints and financial challenges. That's not getting any easier. It's not going to get any easier over the next 2 or 3 years. So how we work together, how we become more effective and more efficient is what is in our plan here in response to the recommendations of that panel. So I do recommend this report to you, and I can assure you that you can now hold us to account in all our scrutiny committees on the plan of action that has been laid out in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, County Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby. We now go to a vote on the recommendations. That Council notes and accepts the findings of the panel performance assessment report attached at Appendix 1, and that the Council approves the draft response to the recommendations attached as Appendix 2. So we'll go to a vote on that, please. I could report now then that those recommendations are approved. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. We go now then to the next agenda item, Caldegodd Leisure Centre, the first floor fitness suite investment, and I believe it's County Councillor Angela Sanders. Diolch yn fawr, Angela.
Diolch, Gadeirydd. I'm pleased to present this report today seeking Council approval for investment in the fitness suite and associated first floor areas at Caldicot Leisure Centre. This proposal is about protecting and strengthening an important community asset that serves residents across the south of the county. It is a practical, realistic and deliverable investment that will modernise facilities, improve customer experience, increase capacity and support healthier communities. Members will be aware that we had hoped to secure external funding to support more ambitious leisure centre redevelopment plans. Unfortunately, 2 bids to the Levelling Up Fund were unsuccessful, and there are currently no grant opportunities available that would support the construction of a completely new leisure centre. A brand new leisure centre would require a very significant capital investment at a time when the Council faces many competing demands on its resources, including schools, highways and other essential infrastructure. Rather than waiting indefinitely for funding that may never arrive, this proposal allows us to take positive action now. The current gym equipment is more than 18 years old and the fitness facilities no longer meet modern customer expectations. We know from user feedback, membership trends and cancellation data that outdated facilities can affect member retention and our ability to attract new users. Fitness memberships are also a key income stream, helping to support the long-term sustainability of our leisure services. The proposed scheme will create a modern 40-station fitness suite, refurbish additional gym and studio spaces, replace ageing equipment with premium techno gym equipment, and improve the overall environment for users. I would particularly like to highlight the accessibility improvements within the proposal. These go beyond simply meeting compliance requirements. The redesigned layout will improve movement around the gym with increased space between equipment where possible, alongside inclusive and adaptable equipment that can support wheelchair users and those with mobility needs. Staff will receive specialist training on the new equipment and will be available to develop tailored programmes for members, helping people access support that meets their individual needs and abilities. This investment reflects our commitment to ensuring our leisure facilities are welcoming and accessible to everyone. Importantly, this is not just an investment in a building, it's an investment in people's health, well-being and quality of life. It supports our ambition to create healthier communities and encourages more residents to be active and engaged in improving their physical and mental well-being. The total project cost is estimated as £601,429, funded through £300,000 of capital funding and £301,429 of borrowing. The business case is based on improving membership retention and increasing participation, helping the investment support itself over time. The proposal has already been considered by People Scrutiny Committee, where members explored issues including demand, affordability, accessibility and inclusivity. Those discussions have helped strengthen the proposal before us today. This is a sensible and proportionate investment in an important community facility. It allows us to improve what we have rather than wait for uncertain future funding opportunities, while delivering benefits to residents now and helping to secure the long-term future of leisure provision in Caldicot, alongside all the other initiatives and developments that are currently going on there. I therefore commend the recommendations to Council and ask members to support the proposal. Diolch.
Thank you, County Councillor Angela Sanders, for bringing the report. Go now to County Councillor Lisa Dimmock, who wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Sandals, for presenting this report. We will, of course, support the proposals. Any investment to our leisure centres is welcome, and these improvements at Caldicot Leisure Centre will benefit the Sevenside residents. However, it is modest compared with the level of investment delivered under the previous Conservative administration, where during our time we secured and delivered significant investment to Monmouthshire's leisure estate, including 7.4 million transformation to Monmouth Leisure Centre, a further 1.7 million of improvements at Abergavenny Leisure Centre, and a 1.6 million improvement to Chepstow Leisure Centre. And these projects reflected a long-term vision and a strong commitment to providing high-quality leisure facilities for residents across the county. But yes, we're pleased to support these proposals because Caldicot desperately deserves that investment too. But we will also hope this is not viewed as the conclusion to the Council's ambition for Caldicot Leisure Centre provision. We would encourage the Cabinet to continue exploring every opportunity to secure additional funding so that improvements can be delivered. And we hope this marks the beginning of a broader programme of improvement rather than the end of it. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, County Councillor, for your input there. We move now then to County Councillor Jill Bond. I'm afraid we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. So thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
and this opportunity of 600k for Caldecott. The funding and plans are great, but the whole, as said, the whole building needs refurbishment or rebuilding. As was just mentioned, many went previously to Monmouth when it should have come to Caldecott because they had a damaged pool apparently. But this money was mainly to replace redundant or obsolete equipment. I wonder, is there any payback? Is there any money we can get back from that equipment that can help with this funding? First of all, please, if someone can answer that. But it's great that's been extended to the whole of the top floor. But much more is needed, especially with the wonderful 3G pitches, and there's no on-site sports changing facilities for outside changing. So it merges with the inside changing, which is what the Left Fund was going to hopefully solve. So first of all, can I ask about the proposal? It says fee proposal on the top of the title of the document. Is this a proposal for changing fees? So I don't know what that means, but we've had problems accessing the appendices, but luckily now we have them. I hope that the public have been able to look at the documents. Can I ask who's been consulted for these plans, and were any users consulted? I understand Councillor Sandals said that they received feedback, but not necessarily a stakeholder plan or consultee plan. I would be interested in seeing that, please. And as I say, it's great in lots of ways, brilliant, fantastic, but the actual structure of the building is still not of high integrity, as we know, because we have leaks and other things happen all the time. So 2 points I'd like to raise, please, is toilets and changing facilities. So our recent visitors from the Gypsy and Traveller community asked themselves where the separate cubicles were for toilets and for, separate toilet cubicles, but actual individual cubicles and for changing. And also, I think consideration needs to be given to the fact that we've got a lot of single mums and dads taking children into change rooms and toilets, and that is impossible with the separated male toilets and female toilets. Please, can you reconsider and have individual toilets for the safeguarding of children, young people? I've just heard a young person was abused in a toilet by a male toilet by a male person recently. So for safeguarding and for the comfort of all of us. So really, can you reconsider having group toilets and have individual toilets, like is the new way in most restaurants and elsewhere? So that's one. So please, the toilets, and when we look at the changing rooms, but also the aircon in the fitness suite, which is area 3 on your plan, is not up to scratch. It does not work well, or in the easy line area. So please, can we look at that being included along with the electrics? The sockets some are hanging off or very near to being. So we really need to have that as part of the. I hope you've got that in the finer detail. So I'll be really pleased to look at that information, please. So first of all, why is it a fee proposal? Who's been involved? The toilets, why are we not going like is the way of every other place and having individual toilets? Because for the safeguarding, but also for mums and dads who want to take children in with them, and the safeguarding electrics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bond, for your input. Go now then to County Councillor Raman Watts.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was just checking to see when Caldecott, it was really Jill's point really was about the state of the building. So Caldecott Leisure Centre was built in the 1970s. It didn't get a refurbishment and it was a partial refurbishment in 2005. I've got fond memories, and just forgive me for saying this, I've got fond memories of Caldicot Leisure Centre. Obviously, I was originally a Caldicot boy, so I've got memories of dancing to Ghost Town in the Leisure Centre at the Labour Party Pop and Crisp Disco Chair. But moving on from that, obviously, that was a long time ago. There was I think that the pitch update, which was the Astro pitch that everybody's talking about, was in 2013. There have been recent additions to that, but I just want to pay tribute really to Tony Eason and Jill and that Caldicot councillors who have consistently tried to raise this issue. Lisa's quite right, actually. In the last administration, I came on the into the local authority in 2004. Not really any focus has been given to Caldicot or the Leisure Centre in between time. And I'm proud to say, as a Labour Party member, we've tried to address that. We haven't got everything we want. Obviously, that's been proven, but we are trying to address some of the I guess, the deficit in interest, really, in Caldicot as a town from previous administrations. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, County Councillor Watts. We move now then to County Councillor Francis Taylor.
Is that right? Sorry. Could I ask the Cabinet member for some clarification on the matters related in the report? It suggests that the forecasts are only estimates at the current time, both the forecasts in terms of potential fee recovery and also the forecasts in respect of the calculations about what it's going to cost. It also refers to a further decision-making stage, although there is no detail about what that is or should be, or indeed what the trigger is for a further detailed piece of decision-making. I think it's, whilst I'm very pleased to see something come forward which is going to improve Caldicot Leisure Centre, I have to cast my mind back to Councillor Watts dancing to Ghost Town there, which would suggest that it is quite an aged facility. However, it does. I feel slightly. I'd feel more comfortable if there was a bit more clarity in this report about those details. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, County Councillor Francis Taylor. We move now then to Councillor Howarth.
Yes, Chair, and also may I ask, we've got the figures there for the equipment, which, as we all know, is mightily expensive. Have we looked at exploring? I believe when I was involved with, I think it was something to do with, maybe Councillor Watts will remember. It wasn't dancing. It was to do with the 3G. We were so jealous in the north of the county when the administration gave them the go-ahead to do the 3G, and then we found out we didn't have enough electric to power the floodlight in there, and I think, well, we had to spend another £100,000 in getting electric there to finish the 3G, but we were so jealous. But a lot of the leisure centres leased their equipment, and it may be our other leisure centres lease now. Have we done the real massive comparison on the leasing of the equipment? And then it's changed over. So I think the statement was made, it's so many years old. I couldn't believe it was that old. Even that, I'm not that old, the equipment in Caldicot. So is there not the appraisal there for leasing and purchasing? Thank you.
Thanks for that. County Councillor Richard John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat points that others have made, but I was quite concerned to hear the contribution of Councillor Jill Bond a couple of minutes ago. I hadn't heard any information about that incident previously, so perhaps the Cabinet member could explain exactly what happened, when this incident was, what measures have been taken to prevent it happening again, and if the Cabinet member doesn't have those answers at her fingertips right now, perhaps she can write to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. I've got Councillor Bond wishing to speak. I'm afraid, you know, she has spoken once now, so I can't go back to her again. We'll go now then to the Cabinet member. There are no other people wishing to speak. We go back to Councillor Angela Sandals. Diolch.
Diolch, Gadeirydd. First of all, I'll start with Councillor Lisa Dimmock's statement. Thank you very much, Lisa. Yeah, all the other developments, obviously this has been part of a longer term plan, and when that levelling up fund, you know, didn't get through, it's great that this plan has now come before council to get, you know, as much as we can done at the moment, and absolutely agree with all your statements about not standing still. Continue to improve Caldicot. There's so much going on, and I'm sure there's lots more, you know, lots more to come. So thank you for that. If I go on to Councillor Bonds, the technical term fee proposal just means the costings of the actual project. So hope that helps you there. You asked about feedback and who did we consult? Okay, so hang on, I'm going to find, I did make some notes earlier about... Has there been enough consultation, basically, you asked? So the proposal has been informed by member feedback, membership trends, cancellation data, and operational experience. As you know, it's been scrutinised by People Scrutiny, where members challenged officers on demand, accessibility, affordability, and financial viability before the report came to council. So I think that's all been really well covered. What else did you ask? Right, you asked about safeguarding rules. We constantly review how we comply with safeguarding, and I can assure you that everything will be compliant with all the laws. Councillor Watts, yeah, brilliant, yeah, I'm sure we've all got that vision now of you dancing to Ghost Town, and thank you for your comments there. I don't think there was actually a question in there, but thank you. Councillor Taylor, with your... Okay. I think there's a lot of questions in there that I've not got at my fingertips, and if you're okay with that, I'll get a written response sent to you as soon as possible, Francis, if that's okay. Right, I was scribbling notes as I was going then. Councillor John, yes, absolutely. With that detail, I don't have it to my fingertips, and I will send a written response around as soon as I can get some detail on that. Right, what did I want to know about? Councillor Howarth, about the lease. I'm afraid, again, that's another piece of information that I don't have the detail about, whether leasing equipment would be more cost effective for the council than actually buying, you know, real up-to-date equipment. I know that the Technogym equipment has come a long, long way. Being a user of Newport Gym as quite recently, they've got really, really good, up-to-the-minute, fantastic equipment, and I am hoping, and I've been told that we're actually going to be sector leading now. Once this equipment gets in, it'll be state-of-the-art, and we'll trump everybody else. So I hope that helps. But again, I will find out whether it would be cheaper to lease, but I'm sure our officers looked into the best value for council, for members, for everybody. Thank you. Diolch.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. I think obviously it's important that you do obviously feedback that information, and appreciate some of that is somewhat detailed to be able to actually do it on the hoof, but obviously that there are important issues there which need to be reported back on. So we obviously look forward to that coming out. Do you want to come back in?
I do apologise. I forgot to answer Councillor Bond's questions on the air conditioning. So that will be surveyed as part of the work that goes on. So once the team move in to start putting all the new equipment in. I know that the aircon is all working at the moment. There have not been any complaints. There was a recent issue with the spin studio, which was rectified. And if any further issues are found in the survey, that will be addressed at the time when all the work is done. Diolch.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that additional bit of information. We'll now, because obviously this is a serious amount of money being spent, we'll now go to a vote on the recommendations to go ahead with the refurbishment. Yeah. Sorry, I hadn't. Yeah. Jill Bond, you've got your hand up. Councillor Bond, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the incident did not happen in the leisure centre.
Oh, okay, right. We'll go now then to the vote. We've had the discussion. We go to the vote to whether to approve or not for the redevelopment at Caldegot Leisure Centre. I'm reliably informed now that the recommendations have been carried, so that development will obviously go ahead. We go to the last, realise we've been going for quite a while now, but we've got one short report to come now on representation of political groups review, and that is County Councillor Angela Sandals, Cabinet Member. Thank you.
Diolch Cadeirydd eto. Following receipt of a notice requesting a review of the representation of political groups, the Council is required to conduct such a review pursuant to Regulation 17, the Local Government Committees and Political Groups Regulations 1990. This report sets out the allocation of seats for the Council's committees on a proportional basis that reflects the representation of each of the Council's political groups. Council is requested to approve the recommendations in this report. Diolch.
Thank you for that. Are there any comments or questions? So we note the changes. We won't obviously vote on that. It's not an action. So thanks for that. It's now 5 to 4, and we've been going for nearly 2 hours on. Even with air conditioning, quite a warm afternoon. It's 5 to 4. Let's have a break now then till 10 past 4. But can we start back really promptly so that we can then go to the motions for the next section? Diolch yn fawr. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back promptly. It's just gone 10 past. If you can make a start now. I hate to crack the whip, but I will. Right, thanks for all your inputs in the first session. We've covered now all the reports. I appreciate it was a slightly longer session. I wanted to finish about 3:30, but I wanted to just get a clean cut there on reports. Let's go now then, fairly quickly, going on to motions, and I go to the first one, which is going to be given by County Councillor Catherine Maybe. Diolch, thanks.
Just waiting for this. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very happy to be able to present this motion to Council today as a next step in our collaborative efforts to bring our rivers back to a healthy condition. I don't need to tell you that our rivers are not as healthy as they should be due to pollution, nutrient overload, climate change and invasive species. As you'll be aware, this Council is an active partner in the catchment partnerships on the Wye and the Usk and in the Wye Nutrient Management Board. This Council also agreed in 2022 to the motion for the rivers and oceans, which link the health of rivers to that of oceans. The Wye and the Usk partnerships consist of the relevant local authorities, regulatory bodies, environmental groups, citizen science volunteer groups, farmers and others. The focus is very much on practical progress and cooperation, and while there can be conflicting ideas and interests to resolve, we've managed a consistently positive collaboration between the local authority representatives, which crosses administrative and country borders and at least 4 different political groups. This river charter was developed by for the Wye by members of the Wye Nutrient Management Board and has been adopted by Herefordshire, Powys and Forest of Dean councils. It is part of a much wider global movement which we've learned from, and it's a movement which seems to be growing. So what I'm asking for today is that Council supports the wish for Cabinet to adopt the Charter for all of the rivers in Monmouthshire. The River Charter is a way of defining and expressing the intrinsic and inalienable rights of a river. It sets out the rights of rivers to be free from pollution, to be diverse and to have healthy wildlife in and around them, to regenerate to a healthy state with whatever help is needed to achieve that, to flow naturally, free of blockages and extraction beyond what is necessary, to be supported by a healthy catchment and to be represented to ensure these rights are upheld and defended. The Charter doesn't provide any new rights as such. It's a declaration of a commitment to support existing rights. As such, it's aligned with existing regulations and laws, but what is important is that the Charter provides a framework for unified action across local authorities and stakeholders in the catchments of our rivers, strengthening governance and accountability. It also offers an alternative to the customary human-centric lens through which decisions regarding nature are often made, and it considers that nature itself is worthy of rights. This is why a growing number of authorities are adopting river charters as a way to consider river health in policy setting and decision-making. It's also why in both the Wye and Usk partnerships we've appointed a specific representative as a voice for the river, or more broadly for nature. I'm myself a citizen scientist on the River Monnow, a tributary to the Wye, and I'm a member of the Friends of the Lower Wye. I'm particularly pleased to be introducing this motion today along with Councillor Howells, who is one of the founders of the Save the River Usk group. I hope you'll give your unanimous support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, County Councillor Maybe, for bringing that motion to Council. Do I have a seconder, please? County Councillor Myron Howells, do you wish to speak now or later on in the debate? You want to speak now? Yes, go ahead.
Chair, fellow councillors, I'm pleased to second this motion. In doing so, I'd like to offer my thanks to the members of the Save the River Usk, Save the Wye and Surfers Against Sewage groups, campaign groups, for the essential work they do. And I would also like to give thanks to the many citizen scientists, volunteers who monitor our rivers and collect valuable data. In Monmouthshire, we are privileged to be custodians of the River Usk and the River Wye and their tributaries. These rivers are not just features of our landscape, they shape our communities our economy and our identity. Yet despite their beauty and importance, they are under increasing and undeniable pressure. This motion asks to recognise the simple truth. Our rivers have intrinsic value and their health is inseparable from our own. It sets out 6 fundamental rights. First, the right to flow and function naturally, because a river must be allowed to be a river. When we interfere with the natural balance, we risk damaging the entire ecosystem that depends on it. Second, the right to biodiversity, the life within our rivers, from fish to invertebrates to plant life, is not incidental, it is essential. When biodiversity declines, it tells us the system itself is under strain. Third, the right to be free from pollution. The evidence is clear, and I want to again acknowledge the contribution of the many citizen scientists, volunteers, whose monitoring brings this into sharp focus. Nutrient pollution from many varied sources are not abstract issues. They are happening now, and they are harming our rivers. Pollution must not be accepted as a normal. Fourth, the right to be supported by a healthy catchment. A river reflects everything that happens around it, in our towns, on our farms, across our infrastructure. Protecting rivers means taking responsibility for the wider environment. Fifth, the right to regenerate. Nature is resilient, but only if we give it a chance. Restoration, better management, and smarter infrastructure can help reverse the damage and allow recovery. And finally, the right to representation. Ensuring that the river's interests are considered whenever decisions are made that affect it. This is about long-term thinking and responsible governance. Adopting and supporting this charter does not solve these challenges overnight, but it does something crucial. It sets a clear direction. It places environmental stewardship at the heart of decision-making. It signals that we take seriously our role as custodians of these remarkable rivers. By supporting this motion, we affirm that the Usk and Wye are not just part of our past, they are vital to our future. I urge all members to support this motion and to help ensure that our rivers are not only preserved, but restored, respected, and allowed to thrive. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr, Chair.
Right. Diolch yn fawr am hwnna. Thank you for that. We move now then to County Councillor Rachel Buckler.
Thank you, Chair. This motion perfectly captures what's wrong with current politics. When faced with a serious problem, instead of taking difficult decisions, we produce a declaration. Instead of action, we adopt a charter. Instead of changing outcomes, we change the language. Our rivers are under enormous pressure, nobody disputes that. But can a river really have rights? Rights belong to people because people can exercise them. Rivers cannot walk into a courtroom. They cannot enforce these rights. This motion changes nothing unless we as elected members make different decisions. So what exactly does this motion achieve? Does it reduce phosphate levels? Does it stop sewage pollution? Does it restore habitats? Does it engage farmers and landowners who manage most of the land draining into our rivers? Does it provide a single pound of investment? No. It simply allows this council to say it has done something. That is politics by press release. If this administration genuinely wants healthier rivers, then stop congratulating yourselves for adopting worthy-sounding charters and start making better decisions. Work with farmers instead of lecturing them. Support landowners who want to improve river habitats. Invest in practical river restoration. Challenge those responsible for pollution. And perhaps most importantly, stop creating additional pressure on our river systems through planning decisions that ignore the realities of flood risk and sensitive catchments. The proposed replacement local development plan that this Labour administration is blindly pushing through is a case in point. Developments such as those planned in Monmouth and Usk will only exacerbate these pressures. It doesn't stack up to me. The real measure of environmental leadership is not what appears on a Labour Facebook page, nor is it the words we publish to look good, but the decisions we take in this chamber and the results they deliver. Our residents are not asking us to invent new rights for rivers. They are asking us to protect them. That requires leadership, partnership and practical action, not another collection of warm words that will be forgotten tomorrow while the problems remain exactly the same. I speak from someone as a farmer who, with my husband, became one of the first sign-ups to the Tegoval environmental schemes. It is not from a lack of awareness of environmental duty that I speak. Chair, our rivers and spawning streams do not need another political slogan. They need the council to do their job.
Thank you for that. We move now then to County Councillor Sue Riley.
Thank you, Chair. I've read through it all, and it sounds absolutely perfect. But as Councillor Buckler has said, I don't see anything that we can't. I don't actually see what this achieves. It's a leaflet. It's lovely, but I've been swimming in the Usk or the Wye in the sea since I was 10 years old. Sometimes when I should have been at school. But now I have low white blood cell count, and it's too dirty for me to go in there. So I welcome something that is going to clean up the rivers. I just can't see how this is going to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Riley, for that input. County Councillor Ian Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to support this motion today, and I ask colleagues actually from across the chamber to support it with me. For those of us living in Monmouthshire, rivers are not simply features on a map. They are the heart of our communities, our landscapes and our identity. The River Wye, the River Usk, the River Monnow and the many smaller watercourses that feed them have shaped our county for centuries. They support wildlife. They provide our drinking water. They attract visitors. They sustain local businesses and farming, and they offer countless opportunities for recreation and well-being. And they are among our greatest natural assets. Yet we know these rivers face significant challenges: water quality concerns, agricultural runoff, sewage pollution, habitat loss, invasive species, and the growing impacts of climate change all place pressure on ecosystems that should be thriving. Many residents are deeply concerned about the condition of our rivers, particularly the Wye, whose decline has become a matter of national importance. So at a time when public trust in our ability to protect the environment is being tested, this motion offers an opportunity to demonstrate leadership and ambition. The idea of recognising the rights of rivers starts from a simple principle, that rivers are not merely resources for human use, but they are living ecosystems with intrinsic value. It suggests that rivers have rights to flow, to be free from pollution, to sustain biodiversity, and to maintain the ecological functions on which both nature and people depend. Some may wonder or question whether this is a radical concept. In fact, it reflects a growing international movement. The Wanganui River in New Zealand has been recognised in law as a living entity. Courts and governments in countries including Ecuador, Colombia and Canada have adopted similar approaches. And here in Wales, discussions around the rights of nature are increasingly taking place within public bodies, environmental organisations and communities. What makes this particularly relevant to us in Wales is that Wales already has a unique framework for thinking about the relationship between people and the natural environment. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act requires us to think long-term. It asks us to prevent problems rather than simply react to them. It recognises that prosperity, health, equality and community well-being all depend on a resilient natural framework, a natural environment. In many ways, the Rights of Rivers approach is simply an extension of those principles. It challenges us to consider whether we are giving sufficient weight to the needs of the natural systems that sustain us. It encourages us to move beyond asking what we can take from our rivers and instead ask what responsibilities we owe to them. Importantly, recognising the rights of rivers is not about placing nature above people. It is about recognising that the well-being of people and nature are inseparable. If our rivers decline, our communities ultimately pay the price. If our rivers flourish, our communities benefit. Now, in response to the earlier contribution, this motion is not proposing that the Council can by itself transform environmental law, and nor is it claiming that legal recognition alone will solve the complex challenges facing our rivers. But symbols do matter, principles matter, and leadership matters. So by supporting this motion, we will be sending a clear message that this Council stands alongside the many residents, community groups, environmental organisations and public bodies working to restore and protect our rivers. We would be affirming that rivers deserve to be treated as more than assets to be managed. We will be recognising them as living systems whose health is fundamental to our own. When future generations look back, they will not ask whether we perfectly solved every environmental challenge, but they will ask whether we understood the scale of the challenge and whether we were prepared to act. The why, the us and the mono have served our communities for countless generations. We have a responsibility to ensure that they continue to do so for generations to come. I therefore urge members to support this motion and help place Monmouthshire on the right side of history, on the side of environmental stewardship, and on the side of a healthier future for both people and nature. I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you, County Councillor Ian Chandler. We now go to County Councillor Sarah Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, when I was asked in Councillor Maybe's absence to attend the launch of the Charter at Hay, in my initial response was somewhat along the line of Councillor Buckler's views, that the important thing is the hard work which Councillor Maybe and others have been undertaking, the partnerships that are being built, the work with farmers in the catchment, and the lobbying of Welsh Government and lobbying of Welsh Water. But I have to say, I confess I found the event, the launch, very moving. And what was really heartening to see was the unity from the other councils, the other agencies and organisations which have power and influence over this situation. Because whilst you're quite right, Councillor Buckler, the fish will not care whether we endorse this charter today. It is one of those instances where action follows commitment, and commitment enables action. So I really do hope that colleagues across the chamber will join with their Conservative and independent colleagues in Herefordshire and in Powys and in Gloucestershire in endorsing the charter today. Thank you.
Thanks, County Councillor Sarah Birch. We go now then to County Councillor Paul Griffiths.
Thanks very much. I've been led into contributing this debate by Councillor Butler's provocative introduction to it. It was provocative because I share the sentiment so often. I am equally impatient by government, by virtue signalling, by declaration. In this instance, I think there's an acknowledgement in supporting this charter that there has been a failure of public policy for a period of several decades in the interventions we make, in the regulations, in the perverse incentives that we put in place regarding the health of our rivers. From a situation where I grew up, where the rivers of South Wales were the place where we played, where we fished, where we learnt about our ecosystems, where we learnt about the environment, to a situation where those rivers are now dead or have been dead, are not places where we would take our young children, is intolerable. It is that huge failure of public policy. Making this declaration, signing this charter, does not in itself correct that, but I do think it'll be a step on the road to creating the actions that do need to take place. I was also led to contribute by the assertion that signing this declaration would be a contradiction of the proposals that we have for housing development in Monmouth and Abergavenny on the Esk and the Wye. Those proposals, I am delighted to say, prove the value of this charter because they are consistent with that charter. All those developments will be designed, will be required, will be regulated to ensure that they have no adverse effect on the health of those rivers, that there will be no sewage discharge into those rivers which is not fully mitigated. So there's a consistency there, and the fact that we will achieve that consistency, I think, can prove the merit of this charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for that. We now go to County Councillor Martin Newell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. And first of all, if I thank Councillor Maybe for bringing this motion. If I could just associate myself with Councillor Buckler's comments that the declarations and approving things is great, but they mean nothing without action. I live in a ward where I have two rivers. I have the River Monnow and the River Wye running right through my ward. And I was really interested with Dr. Maybe's post on Facebook. It was great that she was testing the rivers in the county, which is great. And I would just encourage to maybe publish results on how our rivers are, the health of the rivers. I think the public would love to have communication, and I'd really admire the work she's trying to do with our rivers. So thank you for that. Again, another action, if I don't mention this particular action points, I've got 3 areas in my ward that are having sewerage directly going into the river. I've reached out numerous times to Environmental Health, National NRW, Welsh Water. We just need to see some action, particularly around the slaughterhouses. And I think this is a great opportunity while we're adopting and discussing this plan, that the council have a commitment to urgently tackle, not just to sign a declaration, but urgently tackle the pollution and the raw sewage that's going into our rivers, and communicate with our residents about what we're going to do to change that. But I thank you, and I thank our friends from the group behind for attending, and thank you for your fabulous leaflet as well, and let's look after our rivers. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. We now go to County Councillor Armand Watts.
Yes, Chair. I'd just like to associate with those remarks by Councillor Newell. They were really good. I think actually it's probably one of the clearest and most concise and I don't know, things that I can get on board with that he's ever said in this chamber. I just wanted to just remind everybody that just based on those points, really, how little we do in Monmouthshire, though, to educate our children about our rivers and how we could improve. If you go to Gloucestershire, you can go to Gloucester Dock if you want, you'll see a lot of information there, particularly where there kind of stops or tourist, areas where people fish from, about the migratory fish that we have in and around our rivers. The story of the Atlantic salmon is something any child would be interested in my opinion. We don't do that, and I think there's a perfect opportunity, particularly on the coastal paths, to put signage up to allow schools to take trips, or even parents to take the children, to educate the children in our community, and feel, I guess, part of it, feel that they have a responsibility to maintain the river's good health. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Armand Watts. I don't see any other names appearing, wanting to speak. I go another. Councillor Garrett. Sorry, Councillor Gareth.
Sorry, I was expecting more people. I was just preparing my words. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Maybe, for what you've just, for the motion, putting this forward to us. It's not a political soundbite. What is wrong with personifying a river if that is what it is needed to keep up pressure on the water companies and the landowners through whose land our rivers flow? If we're going to be political, let's talk about privatisation of the water companies for profit. The rivers cannot speak to them for themselves, but as custodians of the natural environment, we have a responsibility to protect our rivers. This motion creates a framework for us to move forward and start to reverse the decline for future generations. Having experienced the right of the River Monnow to flow when it came through my front door on the 15th of November after Storm Claudia, I was still able to look at the river on the day of the Wye River Festival, and my wife Vicky was still able to speak movingly to the river at that event. My house was built in 1850. Many of the properties and businesses that were affected were older than that. If only the planning departments in 1850 had had the prescience that some of our councillors have today about planning near rivers, we wouldn't be flooded, I assume. But anyway, you know, we were told this is a once in 40-year event. I've got a photo of the house 100 years ago flooded. I've got evidence in my house of a flooding 40 years ago with the sockets halfway up the wall. So are we going to see more flooding more frequently? We need this motion to try and get people whose minds are not focused on our rivers and pollution and the environmental impact we're having on them. Let's get this motion approved. Let's show our communities we care, and let's use this as a framework to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. I don't see anybody else now. I'll move to Councillor Catherine Maybe, who put the motion forward. Thanks.
There, it's working now. Thank you. So I'll try and address some of the points that were raised. I'm fully aware that the Charter is symbolic and it's not enough on its own to achieve the restoration to health that we need for our rivers, but it really is not meaningless. Rather, it sets out in language we don't often use in this chamber a fundamental attitude to nature and how we treat it. Our work in the catchment partnerships in developing catchment nutrient management plans is central to achieving real practical change. And this charter provides both a framework and, if you like, a heart for that work and a vision for a better future. One of the aspects of the charter that we've already implemented in the Wye and the Usk partnerships is having a voice for the river, actually as a voting member of the group, or a voice for nature as it is in the Usk partnership. Initially, someone else suggested this, and initially I sat back similarly and I thought, well, what difference does that make? But actually, when you think about everybody sitting around that table, is they're representing a particular body, a group, a set of interests, a constituency, there wasn't anybody actually speaking only for the river or only for nature. And it's genuinely made a difference to our discussions and how we look at things. In terms of a couple of the points that were made, Councillor Newell mentioned wanting to be able to see results of citizen science work. It is all publicly available. There's a website called YViz where you can look at the results. And I believe that on the Usk they're developing something similar. I'll find all the links and send them to you. But there's a lot of information on the Catchment Partnership websites on both the Wye and the Usk. You mentioned the slaughterhouses and sewage in Monmouth. I have been on the case for a very long time on that. It is private properties, I'm afraid, and Environmental Health have been working hard to try and bring them forward to correct the mistakes that have been made, and we've worked with Welsh Water as well to work together and try and find a solution. Some of it's been solved, but not all yet, and I won't go into the detail of that, but I can forward it to you. It's private properties and it's old sewage linkages that have been misconnected. I really just wanted to finish by saying, by adopting this charter, we would be joining an innovative global movement which really matters for our future and for our children. The global movement for the rights of nature recognises, as we've said, the inalienable rights of natural entities and that these should be respected and protected. And as Councillor Chandler has mentioned, this ranges from Ecuador's recognition of the rights of nature in its constitution as a country the recognition of Colombia's Atrato River as a legal entity, and indeed the examples from New Zealand that he explained about as well. So here in the UK, I would say we should be proud to stand with our neighbouring local authorities on the Wye, as well as a handful of others across the country, in being progressive in taking this important step. And already we have contacts from other local authorities and groups and other local authorities saying we want to do this as well. We depend, don't forget, we depend on the natural world for the air that we breathe, the food that we eat, the water that we drink. For too long, we humans have taken nature for granted, assuming we can use it for whatever we want without consideration for the impacts on other living beings. And we've assumed that any damage we do can be fixed by nature itself, with no effort from us. We've seen a shocking loss of biodiversity in recent decades in the UK, with 19% of species experiencing decline and 1 in 6 at risk of extinction. The changes we've seen in our rivers reflects this decline. We have to start to give nature the respect it needs and deserves, and this charter genuinely is a step in that direction. I hope you'll join me in supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe, for your summing up. We'll now go to the vote on to whether we approve or not for the motion. Should come up on your screen now. It is carried. Right, I'm told now that the motion on the rivers put forward has been approved. Thank you very much. We move on now then. We move on now then to the next motion, second motion, submitted by County Councillor Francis Taylor. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just not patient enough to wait for it to go red, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Members, let me begin by clarifying that this is not a planning issue. I am not bringing a debate on the merits or not of a particular site. And there is no need for concern amongst planning members. This is the forum for strategic debate and decision making. It is not a forum for detailed decisions on particular sites. Whilst I hope that the motion speaks for itself, I do want to avail you of a few facts which may explain why I am bringing this to Council and asking for urgent action to bring forward additional outdoor formal sports pitch provision on the land at Nolbury to serve the communities of Mago with Dundee. The Ashley Godfrey Open Spaces Review, undertaken in 2008, members, that is almost 20 years ago, and which underpins the current local development plan, identified a significant shortfall of outdoor sports provision in Mago with Dundee of 5.83 hectares. As mentioned, for almost 20 years, this council has been aware of the shortfall. Over time, several parcels of land have been considered. These include land adjacent to Wales One Business Park, opposite Mago Brewery. As you'll be aware, this land was scheduled for employment use and has recently been developed with a large-scale factory and car parking. Land off the B4245 between Greenmore Lane and the A4810. That site is in private ownership, is currently utilised for agricultural use, but has also been put forward as a potential candidate site in the RLDP for more housing. That is not currently being taken forward, but still you can see the intention of the landowner. About 9 years ago, in 2017, after an awful lot of toing and froing with estates, I managed to persuade the then head of estates to have officers provide information and maps regarding all the county's land holdings in Mago with Dundee. Clearly, I started out with a desire and a hope, perhaps foolishly, to see if it was possible to identify any land within the very central areas of Mago with Dundee. However, that was not to be terribly possible given the level of development. Indeed, over time, again, several parcels were identified and are investigated for their potential for this type of use for officers. And these parcels include land off St Bride's Road at Langley Close and land off Bencroft Lane. Unfortunately, these sites have been looked into, but either were not available, suitable or deliverable for the scale of provision required to meet the deficiency in sports provision. In around 2021, a potential site in council ownership located at the Nolbury was identified as a possible location for additional sports provision. That's about 5 years ago. You can see the pattern here. And there was a great deal of support for that. And since then, a number of surveys were undertaken to consider whether it was at all suitable. That includes ecological surveys, topographical surveys, tree surveys, SUD surveys, all the surveys that you might need to undertake to even consider if you could put a sports pitch there. The surveys have all indicated that the site is potentially suitable for that proposed use. Once the site was considered to be a realistic option by colleagues in planning and estates, an online public survey was undertaken in May 2024, 2 years ago. At the close of the survey, there were about 181 responses, and 81% of those were in support of the development. In terms of location, the site is located to the north of the new developments over the motorway, but recent developments in Rockfield Farm and Vinegar Hill mean that it's actually not really that far away from a very large concentration of housing. Again, in May 2024, there was a formal decision-making report to Cabinet establishing both permission to proceed to a planning application and a budget for this. A capital budget of £13,422 was created and uploaded to the, and that money was forthcoming from the Section 106 agreement. And that was to be utilised to offset the costs of obtaining planning permission for the recreational use of land adjacent to Rose Cottage and Albury, and I'm quoting from a Cabinet report there. All of you will be aware that about 500 houses allocated in the last local development plan have pretty much now been delivered and occupied. And that has undoubtedly expanded the population of Mega Withendy. In December 2024, a planning application was lodged but not validated. There has subsequently been quite a bit of further work, including a transport statement and work to commission a formal pre-application consultation. Unfortunately, due to the level of unfettered development without the associated and required infrastructure, opportunities to provide such additional sports pitch provision have been extremely constrained in Mega Withendy. There is formal approval to move to a planning application. Indeed, if memory serves, the Cabinet Member for Equalities and Engagement spoke on the matter at Cabinet. I recently wrote in the Mayfair magazine that goes to every household in Mega Withendy that I was really hoping to see this kind of brought to a conclusion within, well, ideally this term of council. Members, I'm simply asking that the work is completed to allow us to proceed with that formal application with urgency and within the next few months. And hopefully, at long last, the people of Mega Withendy can actually see this brought forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Francis Taylor. I can see that Councillor Simon Howarth wishes to second this motion. Do you wish to speak now, Councillor Howarth, or later on?
I'll speak now, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I do hope you can support Councillor Taylor's motion. As you know, Councillor Taylor, same as Mega Station, for the last decade, she's been battling away for the green space to be made available for everyone within that area. So, as you know, Councillor Taylor, she never goes away. She keeps battling, and hopefully she delivers for her residents and for the community around her. She is truly respected in that sense, and her achievements in delivering for that community is foretold. So I do today, hopefully, we as a council can support Councillor Taylor in taking this project forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. We now go to County Councillor Angela Sandals.
Diolch, Gadeirydd. I'm pleased to support this motion regarding additional supports facilities in Mega and Withundy. In previous decades, development took place in Mega and Undy with too little regard for the facilities that support a new community. It has been this administration that delivered the community hub. It has been this administration that has gained a commitment and funding for a railway station. It will be this administration that puts in place the plans for a new sports facilities. I can confirm that the S106 funding of 188,000 is available, but we need to recognise that further funding will be necessary. A planning application for the land at Nolbury is being developed. All the normal appraisals, such as those regarding transport, soil condition, drainage and ecology, will need to take place. As the design of the development becomes available, there'll need to be further pre-application engagement with residents and stakeholders to test their views on the design. Only then can an application be submitted in order that the planning committee can consider all the evidence relating to this application. And I need to remind us all, as actually Councillor Taylor reminded us, that none of us should predetermine the role of the planning committee in considering a future application. Diolch, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Angela Sandals. County Councillor John Crook.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion from Councillor Taylor and welcome the opportunity to bring this important issue to the attention of the members and residents. As ward members for Mega East and Undy, Councillor Sandals and I are very aware of the long-standing shortfall in outdoor sports provision in our area and of the need to address that gap for the benefit of local residents, clubs and future generations. We also recognise that there are important stages still to come, including the pre-application consultation. That process will give residents, community organisations, sports clubs and other stakeholders the opportunity to consider the proposals in detail and to make their views known. I would strongly encourage everyone with an interest in the future of the sport and recreation in our community to take part in that consultation. It is important that local people have the chance to help shape future provision and that all views are properly heard as the proposal moves forward. We therefore welcome the next stage of the process and look forward to a continued engagement with the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. I see now we've got County Councillor Richard John wishing to speak.
Yeah, just to correct Councillor Sandals, there's no denying that the Mega and Undy hub opened during this Labour administration, but much of the work for that was done during the previous administration. I just want to put that on the record.
Thanks for that. I can't see anybody else wishing to speak at home or online or here. I'll go back now then to County Councillor Francis Taylor.
I was patient then and it's gone the right colour to speak, I think. Well, thank you for that support. Just to clarify a couple of points and conclude, I think it's probably important to note that, and I appreciate what Councillor Sandal says in terms of the studies that are required. I think we're all aware of the sorts of things that are required, but already several ecological surveys, topographical, tree surveys and sustainable drainage surveys have taken place. So naturally, if there is a requirement for anything else, I'm sure that will happen. it's really good to hear that support. And I think it's also important because, you know, ultimately, I don't really think it matters about politics when it comes to the delivery of these really important matters. Actually, all of them have been led by our community. Mega Station, led by the Mega Action Group on Rail, supported by this council, supported by subsequent administrations. If we take the hub, that could never have happened without the residents that have stood in the forefront and led it. Absolutely, there was commitment from this council, commitment from officers, some of them sitting in front of me, equally elected members, some of them not here anymore. And I think it's important to note that these things far outlive people's debates in this chamber. And that's why I'm so keen to bring forward this for the sake of future generations. I just wanted to conclude by saying that I've also been approached by Undy Athletic Club, who are desperate for additional sports pitch provision, and I'm sure that Councillor Crook and Sandals will be very aware of that. Indeed, they're such a large club, they're probably one of the largest in the region, and they cannot take any more young people because they simply do not have the pitch provision to accommodate it. I would hope that this development is one which sees a whole range of sporting activity if it is given formal permission. But it is really good to see that we will now be able to make progress and hopefully make that progress really quickly. And I thank all of the officers that have worked on this to date, not least our community infrastructure officer. I have to say, councillors, I absolutely dread the day when I hear that that person has decided to put his feet up, because then I do not know what this council will do. But thank you, and I hope that you can support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Francis Taylor. We now go to the vote. I'm told now that that was successfully passed, obviously unanimously. So we move now to the third motion, and again, it's County Councillor Francis Taylor. Over to you.
Sorry, I was trying to be patient and I could just be standing here for a little while. Members, if I was going to be dramatic, I would be playing you the Talking Heads song Road to Nowhere. I'm not going to do that. We've already heard from Councillor Watts about his Ghost Town song, so that should probably be enough for one council. Again, quite all during the last term of council, I was frequently involved in updates regarding the Rockfield Farm strategic development site. You'll be aware of that even if you don't know it locally, because it was a strategic site in the last local development plan. And in their wisdom, the Welsh Government decided that we didn't have enough homes in Monmouthshire and that we needed to add a further strategic site at Vinegar Hill. Oh, sorry, it's not a strategic site. More recently, I probably lost detailed touch with some of the matters that are, because there's been so many changes and some of the proposals have changed and ownership has also changed. One thing that I was absolutely certain about, though, when approached by residents, was the non-negotiable features of the development. And one of those was that the main estate road would connect the two sites, and that this would essentially create a through road to provide options for both new residents and access, relieve the burden on the local road network and on egress and access of the B4245. However, as we know, perhaps at one time a bypass was proposed, and the estate road was also intended to provide an alternative to this with slightly less tarmac, and I was very supportive of that. I note Councillor Brocklesby's comment in her last contribution that deadlines should be sacrosanct. So when I refer you to the picture, to construct the estate road and be completed up to the site boundary with adjoining Vinegar Hill prior to the occupation of any unit in phase C1 or C2. Now, those of you that know the area will know that C1 is fully occupied. That's been developed by Monmouthshire Housing Association with affordable homes. And we know that C2, that parcel of employment land, has never sold as yet. And therefore, whilst it hasn't been completed, it now you now have, and I could show you, but I won't. Again, I could share my screen with you. But it's essentially a road to nowhere. That has caused great frustration. I am sure councillors Crook and Sandals receive regular, I know they do because I see it on Facebook, concerns from local residents who really don't want to see a situation where local roads are being used as a route to go to the developments. And I know that I think there was a sign put there to discourage people from using that particular route quite recently. However, the matter was brought to my attention by residents, and so I made some inquiries. And when I did, I confess, I thought, well, perhaps I better check my understanding because maybe it's changed, but I'm not sure a unilateral undertaking can change, really. But it seemed to have raised a matter that, whilst, of course, everybody would know there was a unilateral undertaking, whether they knew that all those units had been occupied is quite another matter. And I did quite clearly receive an email which did suggest to me that perhaps whilst everybody knew about the undertaking, there wasn't quite such an up-to-date knowledge of exactly what had been developed. And that, whoever is responsible, and that is not my concern, whether it be Monmouthshire Housing or the council at that point, and I wasn't sure, it needs to be dealt with. So whilst I did ask how it could have arisen, I mean, how could there be a failure of, I don't know, due diligence or compliance or whatever? The real question is, when will this road be built? And what can we learn from this? The current arrangements are having an impact on existing residents and the existing road network. And I'm sure that, as I said, councillors Crook and Sandals have made representation. However, I think some residents have the impression that, we have to find several £1 million when indeed it's contained set out. And I certainly don't have a legal brain of any way, shape or form. But ultimately, it's very clear, isn't it? There's a unilateral undertaking and it must be dealt with. So, members, I would ask you to support the motion. I'm asking that the council does whatever it needs to do to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Go to Councillor Howarth, who wants to second it, I believe. Do you want to speak now? Or no? No, okay. Thank you. We go then to County Councillor John Crook, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, may I thank Councillor Taylor again for bringing forward this important motion. We support it because residents need clarity, certainly, and a practical resolution. As ward members to Mega East and Undy, Councillor Sandals and I know how deeply this issue is affecting residents at Seymour Place. The current road layout and addressing arrangements are not a minor inconvenience. They are creating real confusion and avoidable difficulties for the people who live there. We have received many emails, messages and inquiries from residents who are understandably frustrated. They have raised concerns about visitors struggling to find their homes, deliveries going astray, and most importantly, the potential for confusion for emergency services. These are practical, everyday problems, but they also go to the heart of residents' confidence, and the community is properly served and properly recognised. In response, we have sought clarification on behalf of residents pressed for a clear understanding of the position and asked what options are available to solve it. We recognise that frustrations caused by the lack of visible progress, and we share residents' desire to a clear route forward. We have kept residents informed by email and social media, and we will continue to pass on updates as soon as we are available and we receive them. Our priority is simple. Residents should not be left living with uncertainty. We need satisfactory resolutions as quickly as possible, and we therefore welcome efforts to understand how this frustration arose. We need to be involved in what practical steps can be taken to put this right immediately. We also support the principle that lessons must be learnt from this matter. If there are gaps in communication, planning, naming, numbering, or adoption processes, then they should be identified and addressed so that the future developments do not leave residents facing the same uncertainty. Above all, this is about ensuring that residents are listened to, that their concerns are taken seriously, and that the Council works with all relevant parties to secure an outcome that is clear, fair, and workable for everybody affected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Go now then to County Councillor Ben Callard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for bringing the motion. I'm pleased to support it today, so we can, we can support the completion of this estate road, which will connect and complete the different parts of the development around Seymour Place in Undy. The residential development which you refer has only recently started to be occupied, and Monmouthshire Housing Association, in delivering their much valued development, has also provided their section of the necessary estate road. And there's now only one missing part of the road. This missing section is on land owned by Monmouthshire County Council, where there is planning consent for employment units. I'm pleased to be able to say today that I will be bringing a report and recommendation to Cabinet to construct this road. This will be very much welcomed by the residents, who know that this housing development will only be properly connected to the wider community with the completion of this road. It also makes commercial sense for Monmouthshire County Council, as it will add to the market value and saleability of the intended employment units. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. I don't see any other requests to speak, so go back now then to Councillor Francis Taylor to sum up.
Am I on? Okay, thank you. Well, that's very helpful, Councillor Callard. I think my question back to you would be when. And I'm sure that would be the same question that Councillors Crook and Sandals would ask you. But I just want to add that in my correspondence, and I quote, detailed planning permission has, as you know, been approved for parcel C2 DM 2021 00357. That is the parcel of land that Monmouthshire Housing have delivered 32 properties on, and they have been occupied since earlier this year. However, as noted, the clause above, the road will not be required to be completed until the dwellings are occupied. Well, they are occupied, and they were occupied when we had this correspondence. And at that time, there was a desire to speak, to clarify compliance. So I'm really delighted that that we are going to bring that forward. But actually, if on the sale of the land we were, passing on that unilateral undertaking, then clearly we should be clear, they should be clear. And if we weren't, then Monmouthshire County Council obviously has to step up and deliver the land, deliver it. So, we're not saying to people you have to wait until the development land is sold, or you have to wait until there's a new planning application, because the unilateral undertaking is completely clear. So thank you, Councillor Callard, and I'm very grateful for the support, and I'm sure that Councillors Sandals and Crook will be very grateful when they can go back and tell residents of the news. I will be very pleased when I see the road built. I don't want to come back here with another photo of a road to nowhere, so I hope that's soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Francis Taylor. We now go to the vote. I'm informed now that that motion has successfully passed. Again, an unanimous decision. We'll now move on to the third motion, which is going to be brought by County Councillor Simon Howarth.
There you go. Members, The motion is before you this afternoon. It's very simple. Yes, maybe a bit long-winded, but I suppose sometimes they've got to be like this. Firstly, may I just run through some points that members may not be aware of? And I'm sure every member will know where Gilwan Viaduct is. If you've not been to Gilwan, please come and have a look. And perhaps I'll give you a cup of tea as well. Gilwan Viaduct was built in the 1930s. It was for the army just before the Second World War, so the tanks could go to Sunnybridge. That's where it was built. It's a concrete structure. In them days, the methods that they use, you'd quite believe it, they were well, they were good. Same as our canals, etc., whatever was built in them days, they were built to a rigorous and to a standard which was really brilliant. But Gilwan Viaduct for many years now has had a problem. It's got concrete disease, and since 2009 we have had a weight limit of 7.5 tonne on that bridge. From 2009 the footpaths on that bridge have been let's say of a real concern. So bollards were put on the footpaths because it was, if anybody pulled over on the footpaths, which they had a vehicle problem, or even to just pull over and chat, whatever, there was a good chance that the parapets which held them paths would cease to be there, and so they wouldn't be there. So we put bollards on as a council to stop that happening, and successfully they did do what they were meant to do. But the big thing that we as a council didn't do was monitor the weight limit. After trying unsuccessfully, pleading with the authorities, it was passed from pillar to post. We never actually was successful in stopping the large vehicles going over that bridge. We as a council actually allowed our own coaches to go over there with our school kids on, our own transport. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. But, and council was informed, it'll let off and then it'd come back on again. Yes, we use contractors, but actually it's been proven our own transport company was using that bridge. So the sad state is the bridge is in such a poor state and will only take a certain weight of vehicle. But my community over the last probably 2 decades also has had to experience the Abergavenny to Aberbaden Edza Valley scheme. Everybody remember where the little chef was on the roundabout in Gilwan? We had to take everything into that village coming from Brecon. Wouldn't go on the A40. Why people won't travel on the A40 is explainable now, because actually it's such a dangerous road from Abergavenny to Crickowell, from Crickowell to Brecon. If you have heavy goods vehicles on there, you've got to be really careful. And then we had the Gilwan to Bryn fiasco, which we all know about. Our community was actually devastated, and I will be crude, it was smashed to pieces with the diversions of traffic, public inquiry. We'll have very few road closures. We had more road closures than the road was open, to be honest with you. It was that bad. The community was totally smashed. But my little bridge there in Gilwan still had the 40-tonne wagons going over it. Evidence to prove. We've allowed it as a council. We're paying for it now, members. I'll give you an example as well. Some years ago, probably around about 15 years ago, there was talk of an A40 to 465 bypass from Abergavenny. So round about Aberbaden, they were going to link up to the A40 to take them dangerous bends out, I'd say by Lanarth there, that area. That's never materialised. Welsh Government scheme never took it forward. Why ever not, I do not know. The bridge itself is in such a poor state now. We've come to the time now when we have to make a decision as a council. Secondly now, I'd like to thank our officers for what they've done in the last few months, from our closure of the bridge to our 3-tonne weight limit. One of the officers sat in this meeting today. I'd like to thank her sincerely, and the officers also that support her. We've had 3 public meetings. We're on our 4th one next week. I'd like to say how this council has engaged with the community, and we have engaged. Our community, my community, Mary Ann's community, we totally appreciate as a council what we have done to listen to them. But we're at a stage where we have to make a decision on what we do with Gilman Viaduct. We have to monitor the heavy goods vehicles which are using that bridge. We have to stop them. We don't have to monitor them, we have to stop them. And the only way we're going to stop them is by putting cameras on there. And I'll give you this council another example. And I've took a quote off the BBC website over the bridge in Chepstow. This is a quote from a lady there who must live near there. Every day, heavy goods vehicles are using the bridge. They shake my house, the foundations, I can feel them. And that's another 7.5 ton bridge we have. We've never monitored them. And what we got with that bridge, that little bridge in Chepstow, we got a closure. We've got the same in Chainbridge. All we have to do is monitor what's going over there and stop them going over. We cannot turn a blind eye to it anymore. So going back to Gilman, the motion's very clear. We have to put some costings in place of what it's going to cost to replace that bridge. Because if we don't replace it, the community I come from will suffer dramatically and drastically because the bridge will have to close sometime because we are allowing the heavy goods vehicles to go over there. I've no argument with heavy goods vehicles. They keep this nation going. Our train system cannot, our haulage, our freight frame cannot keep this country going. We have to have heavy goods vehicles using our highways, but they have to use them with respect. Our structures in Monmouthshire are not used with respect. We've never ever as a county clamped down on what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And we're all to blame because we all know what's going on. A small amount of money would stop all this. Now we've got a major structural problem in this county with no money. So I'm asking this council to support a resolution to look at the solution for Gilwan and bring it back to this council, and then hopefully Cabinet can put some finalisation on it. Thank you, members, and I do hope you support this motion, and I do hope that we can have a resolution for Gilwan. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Howarth. Have we got a seconder for your motion, please? Yes, okay. Would you like to come in, Faye? Do you want to speak now? You seconding?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as declared at the beginning of the meeting, I have a personal but non-prejudicial interest in this item as a business owner within the affected community. I am pleased to second this motion. I support it because at its heart, it's simply asking for something that residents, businesses, and this council should already have: clarity. Since January, the community has been living with traffic lights on the viaduct and a weight restriction that has caused disruption across Gilwan, Llanelli Hill, Gavilan, where my colleague, Councillor Thomas Davis, has been supporting affected residents and beyond. Residents have shown patience, but patience is much easier when people understand what is happening and what the plan is. I welcome the latest brief update published by the Council yesterday, which does provide some information that residents haven't previously had. However, a website update is not the same as a formal report to Council. This motion is about ensuring councillors and the public receive a clear assessment of the options, the costs and the funding opportunities and the timescales. The latest update outlines further investigations and engineering work, but residents are still asking straightforward questions. What do those investigations mean for the future of the viaduct? What are the realistic timescales? And what is the long-term plan? Those are questions that deserve clear answers. The impact extends far beyond the viaduct itself. Businesses have been affected. Residents have faced delays and uncertainty. traffic has been displaced onto roads that already experience congestion, particularly around school times. These are real consequences being felt every day by local people. The council consulted on its draft local transport plan over the Christmas period of 2023 to 2024. The document set out the authority's transport priorities for the years ahead, yet today we find ourselves dealing with one of the most significant transport issues affecting our communities. This is precisely why this motion is needed. We need to understand where Gilwyn Viaduct now sits within the council's priorities and what the plan for its future is. The motion does not demand a particular solution today. It simply asks for a report setting out the options, the costs, the funding opportunities and the timescales, so the councillors and the communities can understand the way forward. Yesterday's update was welcome, but it also demonstrates why this motion is necessary. Residents deserve clear, regular, transparent reporting and a clear understanding of the way forward. For those reasons, I am pleased to second the motion today. Thank you.
We go now then to Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Diolch yn fawr. As Councillor Howarth will be aware, work is progressing with Gilwyn Viaduct and a full options report will be commissioned following the interim investigation reports. This viaduct is indeed a key transport link between Monmouthshire and Powys, and it matters a great deal both to local residents and to people travelling through this area, as Councillor Howarth has made very, very clear. The planned report will cover all of the points raised within this motion, and we hope that this will give confidence to the community that this council is committed to maintaining this structure for the long-term benefit of all. I would like to take this opportunity to, there's always a but, isn't there, to highlight to council that there are a number of other major projects of strategic importance coming forward that we're also committed to progressing, and which also have significance to both local communities and to the wider network. In addition to the maintenance and repairs to Gilwyn Viaduct, these include the stabilisation of the B4246 below Keeper's Pond, stabilisation works on the A4136 Staunton Road, Chain Bridge and the Thornbury Road landslip, the Old Wye Bridge in Chepstow, the Route 7 landslip at Forest Coal Pit, and the Grosmont Bridge on the B4347 at Kenchurch. Welcome to my world. I would just say that we recognise that we face challenging budgets for such major works, but I agree absolutely that full council should be given the opportunity to consider and determine the prioritisation of these major projects, the preferred options being considered, and how we will fund these works going forward. So I support this motion. I just wanted to also mention that Councillor Howarth highlights also an issue that I frequently raise and I'm very concerned about myself, the mismatch of the size, weight and volume of traffic, amount of HGVs that we have on some of our old infrastructure and our roads, and the impact of those on our towns and villages as well. This is a massive problem, but it's not an easily resolvable one. As you yourself mentioned, these are very important for our businesses, but we need to find ways to restrict access on the most vulnerable roads and infrastructure. We're not ourselves an enforcement body, and we need to work with the police to achieve this. But as I repeat, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. County Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously support this motion. I'm very, very pleased that Councillor Howarth has brought it. The concerns it reflects are very, very real. As a fellow ward member with Councillor Howarth, we've both been working closely with residents and businesses, and the stories we hear, the concerns we hear, the worries and fears that we hear from residents really do speak to what both Councillor Brumfield and Councillor Howarth have said. So I'm not going to repeat that. I endorse it. And I take the opportunity here to recommend and commend Councillor Howarth for the very successful public meetings that we've held in Gulwen and the one that we will hold next week, which enabled residents to put their questions directly to officers. But we can't be complacent at all about where we are and where we need to get to. It's clear that work is progressing, as the update showed, and it's important that Cabinet recognises that. It hasn't stalled. The most recent updates show that concrete test results are expected shortly to inform that long-term strategy, and further measurements such as AI cameras and enforcement options are being put in place to protect the structure. And as Councillor Howard said very clearly, we need those enforcement options. We need a sense that we can hold vehicles to the weight, whether we open the bridge to 7.5 tonnes or keep it restricted to 3.5. And we need, consultation is underway on increasing that weight limit, and I think the date of closure, correct me if I'm wrong, is the first week in July. And that's a big opportunity for our residents and other stakeholders to take part in that consultation and have their say. I know from my own recent ward surgery that residents are very clear that they want more frequent updates on progress and costs. Bringing a report to council enables that to happen. And it's important, I don't think it is sufficient in itself. What is also important, that those updates are routinized on the channels that have been opened by Councillor Howarth and I, that on Facebook, through the Community Council and through the other networks that exist in the area. And I know Councillor Howarth will join me in pledging to ensure that those updates are routinized while the safety of the viaduct is secured. My feeling is that while we want to see it restored to safe and sustainable use, and we need to know the costs, we need to know when, and we need to know how, we must get it right. We must have it based on evidence. And this is a view that I've heard expressed by many residents. They will live with some level of inconvenience if they understand what is being put in place, how it is being put in place, what the costs are, and what the timelines are. The Opson report that will follow the current investigations will cover that long-term solution, but we need to know. And most importantly, the affected businesses and communities have a right to know what this will entail. And that is why I think I'm supporting this motion, and why I think bringing a report to Council in the way that has been laid out by Councillor Maybe will be an important step forward in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you for that input. We now go to County Councillor Armand Watts.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is not an area that I'm familiar with because, I'm in the south here, and I appreciate those comments by Simon, specifically about the Y Bridge. It's good to have a broader knowledge, isn't it? So in an attempt to be helpful, local councils can become civil enforcement authorities on roads they manage, which we, according to this debate, we do. So that's under section Part 6 of the Road Traffic Act. Highways authorities outside London have the power to apply for government approval to enforce moving traffic offences. Well, I assume that we would probably go to Welsh Gov, and you'll be pleased to know it's ring-fenced in funding. So any income generated from those can be and has to be strictly reinvested back into the local transport network, which is probably good news for the local authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. I don't see any other hands up. I now go back to Councillor Simon Howarth to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, and thank you, Councillor Brocklesbury, and thank you for the seconder from Fay, Councillor Bromfield. Chairman, just a couple of points there I just want to raise with yourself, and it is very clear, and thank you, Armand, for mentioning Section 6. Just think we'd issued Section 6 some 20 years ago, or on the Y Bridge as well, and we did Section 6 on the bridge at Chainbridge. We may not be in this situation now, or we may be, who knows. I don't have a crystal ball there, but I'm sure we would be in a better situation. So I urge officers, senior officers, to really consider how we can enforce the weight limits on our structures. And I'll drift off from Gilham, it's all our structures. The devastation that my community, or our community, Monmouthshire's community, is having at the moment is unbelievable. We have no A roads, we don't have any B roads. How can you ask a 40-ton vehicle to travel down a lane and it's only one way? It's impossible. But that's what we're doing, because there's no restrictions on the lanes. They are smashed to pillar to post. And it's going to continue. Even with the 7.5-ton weight limit on, if we raise the weight limit, it will continue, because there's nowhere else for them to go. So there's a lot of things we as a council can do, and do properly and do correctly and make it better. And I'm sure them conversations will come out in our meetings. And I thank the officers again for giving us that opportunity, and the constituents where I come from for engaging with us on this journey that we're going to have. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. We now go to the vote. Yes, so the motion 4, submitted by Councillor Howarth, successfully passed. Thank you for that. We now then go to motion number 5, and this is submitted by County Councillor Thomas Davis.
I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to table this motion regarding road safety along the A4042. I'm going to be brief this afternoon and hopefully to the point, because, Chair, these are not new arguments, nor are they new calls by the residents. Villagers have been making the case, it seems, for years. And today it's simply about ensuring that those voices are heard and, more importantly, colleagues, acted upon. As one of the local councillors for Llanellan, I want to begin by thanking the residents, and particularly those community representatives, along with my fellow ward councillor, the community council, who have all worked so tirelessly to bring these concerns to the attention of this council this afternoon. And in particular, if I may, Chair, thank Sioned Yates, who organised the recent public meeting in Llanellan Village Hall. I was blown away. There were about 100 residents or so in attendance that evening, sharing deeply personal experiences, and it was clear for all in attendance the strength of feeling within the community on this very issue. And I made a commitment that same evening to bring those concerns before this council, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to do so today. The A4042 is one of Monmouthshire's most important transport routes, connecting, as I'm sure many are already aware, communities across northern Monmouthshire with southern Monmouthshire to employment, to education settings, and crucially to vital healthcare services provided at the Grange Hospital. But for many of my residents who live along the A4042, the road also presents significant challenges: excessive speeds, practical challenges, difficulties in crossing safely, heavy congestion. All of these cumulatively have a profound impact on the quality of life along that stretch of road. To support these concerns, I recently carried out a local survey that received almost 100 responses from villagers. And the message to colleagues was clear. The residents of Llanellan want and demand decisive action. At that village hall, colleagues, we heard powerful, deeply powerful testimony from families affected by the tragedy of road traffic collisions, from residents living in fear as vehicles whiz past their property, living in fear that the next vehicle to pass would somehow strike their home, and from parents as well, who gave deeply moving testimony about their concerns about the safety and the well-being of their children crossing that stretch of road. Now, many in this chamber who served in the previous administration and who've served for a lot longer than I have in this chamber will be familiar that these are concerns that stretch back decades. Residents have attended meetings, they've gathered evidence, they've been petitioning, and have been working constructively with their elected representatives for a number of years. They're not asking for any special treatment here, colleagues. They're simply asking for some meaningful progress. Now, Councillor Butler, if I may say so, in Goitre, has shown with the recent opening of that pedestrian crossing, where there's a will, there is a way. She championed very effectively the cause of her residents and has delivered tangible results. And I too now want to take up the mantle, as she did for Goitre, for my own residents in the community of Llanellan. Let me be clear, the motion does not prescribe any single solution. It simply asks that this authority, that this council, uses the immense convening power that we have as elected politicians to bring together those relevant stakeholders, whether it be Welsh Government officials, Trunk Road Authority, MCC's highways officials, as well as local dignitaries and stakeholders, to develop some practical evidence-based improvements. Now, these could well include a pedestrian crossing. They could well include, as was apparent in my survey results, support for traffic calming measures, improved enforcement, possibly average speed cameras, as well as some quick, easy wins, such as clearer and better signage and road markings. Together, if I may say so to the Cabinet member, with the need for a fresh look at the long-term challenges associated with Llanellan Bridge and the issue of pedestrian access more broadly. Ultimately, residents are asking for something quite simple. They want to be able to cross that stretch of road safely. They want to feel secure in their homes and in their communities. And they want to know that their children, their grandchildren can move around that village without fear. This, colleagues, is a fairly reasonable ask, and it's one that should command the support of every member in this council chamber this afternoon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas Davies. Have you got a seconder? Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
John, yeah, Councillor John Butler. So over to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Thomas, for bringing this. And thank you for the warm words about the Goitre crossing. I think the residents are really getting into it now and really enjoying that ability to cross the road safely, to access both the bus service and to walk on up to the canal with their dogs. So thank you for those kind words. Now, members, before I became a councillor in 2022, I'd already surveyed the residents of Goitre Vawr to find out their opinions and concerns. I wanted to learn how best I might serve them, and it's something I've continued to do every year since being elected. Their standout concerns then and now always relate to the speed of traffic and road conditions on the A4042. The A4042 is an essential trunk road that doesn't just connect our major towns to important services like the Grange Hospital or to our schools, but it links our smaller communities. It enables our residents to trade, to share experiences, values, and improve the quality of their life. It's the link between the residents of Little Mill, Penpethlenny, Llanover, Llanellan, and the smaller hamlets of Mamailad, Pencroesiped, and Nantyderry. Simply put, if you want to conduct a successful and fulfilling rural life, you will be needing the A4042. Now, having successfully campaigned for the pedestrian crossing at Goitre Crossroads, I can already see the benefit this is having for residents, most notably enabling safe use of the bus service for all, including our young people attending King Henry School or heading south to college, or St Albans and Wintlew in Pontypool, and for the walkers and their dogs who head to the Mononbrett Canal. Residents have also petitioned the Welsh Government with safety concerns about the access to the Secret Garden Centre. Studies have been completed, as has the design stage for improvements, which were completed at the end of March 2026, just prior to the Senedd elections. I'm advised that they are for internal use only, so I am yet to have sight of them. I would ask this council to take a keen interest in those proposals and work closely with the new government in Cardiff to see them through. Similarly, residents of Llanover ran a successful petition to the Senedd. They also want to see traffic calming measures under pedestrian crossing to allow them to safely access the bus service. Despite widespread support from their community council, county councillors, MSs and MPs, this is an issue that remains unresolved. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the geography of the A4042, but you might not have given much thought to its safe running. It is my belief that the road is badly in need of a review of its speed limits. You would enter Monmouthshire, just beyond the Mamilad roundabout, at a speed of 50 miles an hour. From here, the limits vary between 40, 50 and 60 miles an hour, all the way to the Hardwick roundabout at Abergavenny. It's a very windy road with several double bends, blind dips, and a few long straights where the minor roads join in. In short, it's a lot of fun for drivers, especially motorbikers, of whom there are plenty, but it poses a real risk for traffic joining from the hamlets on the minor roads. It's been a real pleasure to see the local business at the Cedars, the Baffle House, take off and become a destination for the biking and cycling community. Much loved by the residents who can walk there through the woods from Penpeleni and Llantyderry. But as it's located at the end of a long straight, the speed limit at the entrance is 60 miles an hour. Now, I simply don't believe that this is the right speed for the volume of traffic now turning in here. I do want to stress that the smooth running of the A4042 is extremely important. But the nature of transport has changed over the years, and we now have 44.5-ton lorries thundering along it, and the tractors and trailers and other large farming machinery using it. We are, after all, a farming community. At the same time, our cars and other transports has become more powerful, and I see a lot of changes in transport that have occurred that have put our residents at higher risk. We are driving a 21st century traffic profile through a road that has changed little since its inception. Quite honestly, if you want to find out how terrifying it can be, I suggest you wait for a bus at the stop outside the gates of Llanover House, where the wind tunnel effect threatens to drag you into the road behind each HGV. The road really needs to be slowed down here and a light controlled crossing put in place. The population size of Llanover is cited as being a reason why a crossing is not appropriate, as is the argument that crossing lights will slow traffic and cause queuing on an important arterial route. Now, I would argue that the variable speed limits across the route is what causes pinch points and bottlenecks, slowing traffic down, and a single speed limit would make for a smoother flow. I would also argue that because pedestrian crossings are pedestrian controlled, that in areas of lighter population, it stands to reason the buttons will be pressed less often. As it is, people are taking their life in their hands to access the bus service. I want to take a moment here to consider the families of those who've lost their lives on this road. There have been several fatalities within the Goitra stretch in the last few years. These have incredibly long-term effects on our communities and the families who still live here. When the road is closed for works or through flooding, lengthy diversions are put in place that don't consider local residents. The focus is always on diverting traffic to other arterial routes, and this is something else that needs to change. Communication needs to be better and local diversions put in place. Our increasingly wet winters and flooding are creating increasing havoc for our residents. Communities in this part of Monmouthshire are not included in the active travel route network, as they are smaller in size than the current criteria to qualify. And this is something that Welsh Government needs to reconsider. Residents are therefore dependent on using the A42, either by private car or public bus. Depending on how elderly or infirm you are, if you can't cross the road, then you will be excluded from using a bus. We are forcing our people into long-term car dependency. I want to see credible long-term solutions to these issues and ask members to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor John Butler, for that. Move now then to County Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Diolch yn fawr. I just would like to remind you, of course, that the A4042 is a trunk road and managed by Sutra on behalf of Welsh Government. This council absolutely recognises the importance of the trunk road network, especially in a rural county like Monmouthshire. We also recognise that many of these trunk roads cut through our communities and that there can be tensions and conflicting priorities between those living within these communities and those travelling through them. On the one hand, we need to maintain the flow of traffic, while on the other, the roads must be kept safe for other road users. It's very important for local communities that they can cross safely and that fast traffic through villages doesn't limit community life and well-being. It's also forgotten, for example, that slower roads do tend to be quieter. I was also very pleased to see the improvements for pedestrians, active travel and public transport in Goitra, which I supported. I'd like to acknowledge the role of the Community Council in that. I think they were the first ones who contacted me about it. And I feel that all our communities should be given these opportunities across the county on both county and trunk road networks. I'm personally deeply committed to road safety measures, and I've overseen a number of speed reductions in my role at council and other interventions. These haven't always been universally supported, but I've ploughed on. I do support this motion, and I confirm that this administration is committed to a continuing dialogue with Welsh Government to develop long-term and credible solutions for the entire network, including the trunk roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catherine Maybe, for that. I'll go now then to County Councillor Ben Callard.
Thank you, Chair. A brief input from me. I'd just like to share my support for this motion. I was with Councillor Davis at the public meeting in Llanelli, meeting residents, and their stories were really powerful. And I hope working together with the council, with Welsh Government, potentially with the support which I know we've got from some of our newly elected MSs and some of our returning MSs in order to really deliver some change that this community needs. So thank you.
Thank you, County Councillor Ben Callard. We go to County Councillor Sarah Birch.
Thank you, Chair. Also, very much in support of the motion. Everybody should have the opportunity to walk and cycle safely and to get public transport safely in their community. As somebody who has driven down that road many, many times, I do recall it was resurfaced some years ago, and I think not changing the priority between pedestrians and car drivers and lorry drivers at that time was a lost opportunity, which I hope that we don't miss in future when roads are being resurfaced, particularly our trunk road and in the partnerships that we have with Sutra. I'd take on board the points with regard to the active travel network map, which is now out for consultation. Whilst that does focus on the more populous areas of the county. I'm very happy to look with residents and the councillors in Llanellan to look at where we can work either on the rights of way network or on pedestrian improvements to try and make things better. And of course, it is an area that is important to everybody from Abergavenny who worries when the bridge is flooded, as happens more and more often.
Thank you for your input there. I see no further requests. I go back now then to County Councillor Thomas Davies. Diolch.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Well, let me begin by thanking members for contributing to this debate and for their thoughtful interventions, particularly to Councillor Butler for kindly seconding this motion and for shining a spotlight on those very personal experiences of both her residents in Goitra, but also the community of Llanover, who are also campaigning for a similar pedestrian crossing of their own. Can I also acknowledge the constructive interventions of both Councillors Birch and Maybe, as well as my fellow ward member, Councillor Ben Khaled. I mean, we come from different political traditions, but I was very pleased to share a cross-party platform with him a few weeks ago, and I know that he and I are both united in wanting the very best for the communities that we represent in Llanellan. I think today's debate, and for that matter, the engagement that I've had both with residents and the Community Council in recent days, has reinforced a few simple truths. Firstly, these concerns are real. They're long-standing and they're widely shared by residents in Llanellan. Second, as we've seen, and I again applaud the thoughtful interventions from across party divides this afternoon, road safety is not a partisan issue. It's an issue that unites all of us in this chamber. And thirdly, everyone, if I may say so, has a responsibility to play their part. Now, I fully recognise the remarks of the Cabinet member, Catherine Maybe. Strictly speaking, yes, the A402 is ultimately the responsibility of the Welsh Government. But I would hope that the Cabinet member would also recognise that leadership is not confined by geographical or administrative boundaries. We have convening power. We have agency as elected politicians to bang heads, to bring people together, and to use that convening power that we have to effect positive change. The Welsh Government, the Trunk Road Authority, highway officers, local communities, and this council alike, I respectfully would say, all have a part to play. Now, Monmouthshire County Council, of course, cannot deliver every solution on its own, but it can certainly bring people together, which I'm certainly determined to do as the local ward member. We have a solemn duty to make that case and to use what influence we have to deliver some tangible progress. The people of Goitra and now the people of Llanover and Llanellan have more than done their part. They've attended meetings, they've completed the surveys, and they've shared their deeply personal experiences. Today, colleagues, this council has the opportunity to do its part, and I'm delighted that this motion commands broad support across this chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr am hwnna. Thank you very much for that. We'll now, after the summing up, go to the vote. Yes, that motion is successfully carried. As you can see, a very high percentage there of elected members voting for it. We move now then to the final motion 6-1 submitted by County Councillor Jane McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. This council notes that the UK's copper telephone network is due to be switched off by the 31st of January 2027. Whilst this transition may make sense in many urban areas where fibre broadband and reliable mobile coverage are already available, it presents a significant challenge for many communities across Monmouthshire. As councillors, we all know residents who still struggle with poor connectivity. In my own ward of Mitchell-Troy and Trellick United, there are properties where fibre to the premises is unavailable. Mobile phone coverage is patchy at best, and in some locations there is little or no signal at all. For many residents, the copper network is not simply a telephone line. It is their connection to emergency services, healthcare providers, family members, businesses, and everyday services. The risk is that those who already face connectivity challenges become even more isolated. The planned migration to digital phone services relies heavily on either fibre broadband or mobile connectivity. However, for some of our rural communities, neither can be guaranteed. And residents are understandably asking a simple question. What happens if the copper line is switched off before a reliable alternative is available? This is a matter of safety and equality of access. Many vulnerable residents still depend on traditional landline services. During storms, power outages, and adverse weather events, we have seen how important reliable communications can be. Rural Monmouthshire has experienced its fair share of such events, and connectivity becomes even more critical when communities are isolated. I want to be clear that this motion is not opposed to technological progress. I'm sure we all want to see improved digital infrastructure right across Monmouthshire. The principle behind this motion is simple. No resident should lose an existing service until a suitable replacement is genuinely available to them. It would be unreasonable to withdraw the copper network from communities that do not yet have access to fibre and cannot rely on mobile connectivity as an alternative. This motion therefore calls on Openreach to delay the switch off of copper services until all residents in Monmouthshire can access modern provision. It also sends a message that Monmouthshire County Council recognises the challenges facing rural communities and is prepared to stand up for residents who risk being left behind by national infrastructure changes. Connectivity is no longer a luxury. It is an essential service. Whether people are working from home, running rural businesses, accessing healthcare, contacted loved ones, or calling for help in an emergency, reliable communications are fundamental to modern life. I hope members from all sides of the chamber can support this motion and send a united message that rural Monmouthshire must not be forgotten in the transition to digital communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Do you have a seconder, please? Yes. Okay, thanks. Do you wish to speak now? Or
I'll speak now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion because it highlights an issue that affects thousands of people living in our rural communities. We have heard warm words over recent years that rural digital isolation would soon become a thing of the past. Residents were encouraged to believe that better connectivity was just around the corner. Yet for many of the communities I represent, we are not moving forwards, we are going backwards. In the Devorden area, particularly in Langum and the surrounding rural properties, many residents still have no mobile phone signal, and broadband remains patchy, unreliable, and in many cases is getting worse rather than better. Only recently, Llantrisant Var Community Council received a copy of correspondence from mobile phone operators sent to our local MP, Catherine Fuchs, effectively confirming that there are no plans to improve the service that local people depend on. 2 years ago, it was a different story. We were promised change. After all the promises, that is a bitter disappointment. Digital connectivity is no longer a luxury. It is an essential infrastructure. It underpins businesses, farming, home working, education, healthcare, and emergency communication. Without it, rural communities are placed at a permanent disadvantage. How are our small businesses expected to compete? How are young families expected to stay? How do we attract investment into rural Monmouthshire when basic connectivity cannot be guaranteed? Against a backdrop of economic uncertainty, where businesses are already questioning whether to invest, this is precisely the wrong time to remove the one service that many rural residents still rely upon. Until reliable fibre and mobile coverage are genuinely available, not simply promised, it would be wholly unreasonable to switch off the copper network. This motion is therefore both sensible and necessary. It recognises the reality faced by rural Monmouthshire, not the optimistic headlines. Our residents should not become the forgotten casualties of a digital transition that they are simply not equipped to make. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We move now then to County Councillor Sarah Birch.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for Councillor McKenna for bringing this motion. To clarify, and if I may correct the wording of the motion, it's not the copper lines which are being switched off, but the PSTN voice service, the traditional landline, which is being replaced by internet phones. This was a decision taken by the industry in 2017, but has been postponed from 2025 to 2027, as while technology has raced ahead in profitable urban areas, rural and low-income households have been left behind. The rationale is that an increasingly unreliable legacy network is being upgraded to one which will give better and more reliable service. But of course, it does rely on having electrical power. I'm told the new phones will have battery backup and a decent broadband connection. This is an international project. Countries are progressing at different rates, and the transition has already happened in Spain, for instance. Most businesses now work on internet phones, while most of us rely on mobiles. But we are all aware that in Monmouthshire, there are two groups of people who are likely to be worried and potentially disadvantaged by the digital switchover. People who live in places without fibre broadband and a strong mobile signal, and the minority of older people who continue to use familiar technology and have never signed up for broadband. So for many years, this council has championed improvement in rural broadband by working with Veneas, and for instance, to improve speeds in rural areas, and with Heartbreed to support tech adoption by farming businesses. But the UK government are now leading on rural broadband connectivity as a driver for growth and inclusion, and we are starting to see that step change. I will circulate links to all councillors that can assist residents to upgrade, in some cases access funding to do so, because it's often an individual solution. The council is working with providers to advocate for any known rural hotspots, including the 10 households in Llandeni who recently acquired fibre. There's a rapid improvement in regard to mobile signal too. Members will have seen the announcements about improved 5G in Chepstow and Monmouth. I understand that the UK government-funded shared rural network has reached Devorden, and a new mast at Capel y Ffin should go live in October. If that is not what you are experiencing, councillors, then I do want to know about that. But I would like to pay tribute to the work of our MP, Catherine Fuchs, and her team on this. She invited residents to share their experiences and has taken their concerns to Ofcom and network providers and has raised the issue in Parliament. The gap in connectivity between rural and urban areas is being closed, but that's not yet the experience of all our residents, and we'll carry on working together to raise the issue. This is one of the many areas that we've heard about today where the council does not have power, but working together with our MP and Senedd members, we can have influence. And what we're working for is full digital inclusion for everyone in the county, with fast fibre broadband and strong mobile signal available to every household. So with regards to the second group of people, those who rely on landlines, there's a national programme through which providers are identifying and contacting people who have a landline but no broadband. And this has been supplemented by events in our hubs, work with housing associations and older people in the county, and outreach organised with our community development team promoting social tariffs. Crucially, there is a switchover programme for our Lifeline customers, ensuring that their technology is updated. So we're working to be ready for the current switchover date, but I will be voting for the motion. This switchover, I agree, should not happen until we're confident that nobody will be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, County Councillor Sarah Birch. Move now then to County Councillor Ian Chandler.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank Councillor McKenna for bringing forward this motion, because I think it is an important issue for people living in rural areas, and speaking as representing a very rural area of Monmouthshire, it's an issue that I've been taking a keen interest in over the past 4 years. Certainly when I came into, started to represent the Llandilio-Cresceni ward, it was amongst the least connected areas in Wales when it came to digital connectivity. And I am pleased to say that actually over the years, the rollout of fibre broadband into across the ward in the rural areas has improved. It's not clearly, obviously, it's not reaching everybody, but actually it's no longer one of the worst areas in Wales, and there's been significant improvements. I wish it could go further. The issue that I think that I really want to highlight, though, that I think in this motion brings out, is about mobile connectivity. And I do appreciate Councillor Birch talking about the rollout of 5G in Monmouth and other urban areas, but and even in some of the more accessible rural areas. But certainly in the north of the county, in the hilly parts of Monmouthshire, where mobile connectivity is actually more of a challenge, a technological challenge, because of the hills and the dead spots there. And I think there needs to be more attention paid to there, because I think it's of critical importance that we are no longer in the position of just looking at fibre broadband to the premises, but we do need good and high-speed mobile connectivity to our residents, whether that's farmers working in the fields or using GPS, or whether it's people working at home or tourists moving around and trying to follow some of our excellent tourist trails in the county. There's a particular area, though, that I do want to highlight, and that's because when there are power cuts, obviously our broadband issues, our routers go out and we don't have any connectivity there. And if your communications are dependent on a fibre connection, then a power cut is going to destroy that. And of course, representing the village of Skenfrith, where every time it floods, the power goes out, it's absolutely of critical importance for villagers in Skenfrith. They've got a mobile signal. There is no mobile signal in Skenfrith. So every time there is a flood and the power goes out, there is no communication access from that village. Now, worked with the community council there to provide walkie-talkies for the villagers and emergency backup, so at least one end of the village can talk to the other in order to coordinate some of the emergency response. But it is still of critical importance that there is mobile signal there. We've worked with the previous MP, David Davis, the current MP, Catherine Fuchs, to try and push this forward. We're still seeing no progress with that. Of course, that's a different issue to OpenReach, because they don't deal with the mobile signal. But we do need more mobile masts in our hilly areas of Monmouthshire, in our rural areas, in order to roll out that connectivity. So I do support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Candler. We go to County Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's important to realise that traditional copper telephone lines carry their own low voltage electrical power from the local exchange, meaning your landline would still work during a power cut. Now, the issue obviously is with digital phones. Basically, they will rely on a internet signal, and the same that mobile phones do as well. So it means that in areas where there is a poor digital signal and no mobile signal in rural areas, they will effectively be cut off with no communication whatsoever. Now, the importance of this, years ago I experienced being in New York when there was a power cut, and effectively even the mobile signals out of New York became jammed because of what was happening. So because the network was overloaded. So I do think that consideration has to be considered to power cuts. They say with regard to digital phones that vulnerable people can obtain battery units as a backup, but to have a battery unit as a backup with a digital phone still means you have to have an internet signal. You know, so that still relies on basically having the internet connection. So basically you can see how all of these reasons, particularly when they're large-scale power cuts and emergency situations are very important for people, and I don't think necessarily people have realised that with the old-style phones, you could just plug them in and you didn't actually need any electrical power. Now, the problem is obviously there are going to be elderly people in rural areas who don't actually realise that this is happening and then find themselves suddenly totally isolated without necessarily knowing that they will get any response from emergency services. So I do think this has to be considered, and I'd refer to our champion for the the elderly population to actually look into this issue and think about total communication issues. I mean, we were surprised years ago when we were in New York how everything ground to a stop because the electricity had gone. You couldn't get a metro out of New York because basically there was no electricity. It was very hot, and we were walking. The taxis became absolutely full up. The buses were full up, and it was an absolute emergency. Disabled people were left sort of in a very hot situation. So I think power cuts are something we really have to consider, and the impact on rural isolated communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown, for that input. I see no further hands or requests. I go back now to County Councillor Jane McKenna to sum up on her motion. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for their contributions, and thank you to Councillor Buckler for seconding this motion. I'm encouraged that there appears to be broad agreement on the importance of ensuring that no resident is left behind as the country moves towards digital communications. And thank you to Councillor Birch for updating us on the encouraging progress that is taking place in Monmouthshire. And to Councillor Chandler, I'm pleased to hear of the improvements that are taking place in your ward, albeit it sounds like there is still more work to be done there with fibre and also the 5G connectivity. And to Councillor Chandler and Councillor Brown, you raised really important point about the loss of internet and communication if electricity power goes out. I think, and also to Councillor Buckler, she raises the important point about how can we encourage rural businesses to invest in Monmouthshire if we don't have this basic need met. The key point is that residents should not lose a service they currently rely on until there is a dependable alternative available to them. So whether we're talking about older residents, vulnerable residents, rural businesses or families living in isolated locations, access to reliable communications is essential. And possibly if the motion is passed today with our communications with Openreach, it may be helpful to ask them what do our residents do in the event of a power outage and how do they still maintain communication. I therefore hope that Council will support this motion and send a clear message to Openreach and the wider telecommunications industry that rural communities must not be disadvantaged by the switch off of the copper network. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna, for that summing up. We move now to the vote. Report now then that motion has been successfully carried, 95%, so that is carried. I propose now, going longer than I fully anticipated, but it's now 6:15. I think we really need a break for just 10 minutes, very short break. Richard John is sort of signing to me like on the Can I make a really quick point? I've just been chased up now by Councillor John, so thanks for that. In the past, I think chairs have had a slightly more lax attitude towards questions. They are questions. It's not a chance to do a State of the Nation address about whatever you're bringing. And I will be sticking very rigidly to 3 minutes for the question. Supplementary must be linked, and that must be no more than 3 minutes. And obviously the response is now 6:25 on a sweltering afternoon. So let's go to the first question, and that is from County Councillor Thomas Davies to County Councillor Catherine Maybe. Thanks.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thank you, Chair. The question reads as follows: to ask the Cabinet Member my question of the 4th of December last year to provide an update on proposed review of speeding through the village of Llanellan. Thank you.
Slightly broken up there, but yeah.
Thank you. I understood the question. It was about an update on proposed review of speeding through Llanellan village. So my understanding is that speed monitoring was undertaken last year, and I'll ask the head of service to arrange a meeting with yourself and other representatives of the traffic team to discuss the data and any options. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm grateful, Chair, for that response. We debated at length this afternoon the A4042, but I'm pleased that the Cabinet Member recognises that road safety along that Gypsy Lane stretch of road is interlinked with the broader challenge we've discussed today on the A4042. I'll happily take up the offer of a meeting, and I look forward to socialising the findings of that review with our officers to my residents in due course. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Diolch Thomas. We'll go now then to the second question, and again, County Councillor Thomas Davies to County Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby, Leader of the Council.
Thank you again, Chair. The question reads as follows: to ask the Leader, further to my motion of the 4th of December 2025, seeking a fairer funding settlement for Monmouthshire, what representations has she made to the newly elected Welsh Government? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Davis. As you'll know, after that motion and before, quite rightly, we as administration worked hard to secure a fairer funding settlement for Monmouthshire for this financial year. And indeed, we did so. The 4.4 increase from the Welsh Government was higher than anticipated and enabled us to protect all our services, invest in education and social care, and allocate additional resources to improve road conditions. So under the new government, we're not letting up at all. I have met with Cabinet Minister for Local Government, Housing and Planning alongside fellow leaders. These discussions have begun a constructive and open dialogue on reviewing the local government funding formula. That will continue, and I will continue to make the specific case for an equitable settlement for Monmouthshire as these discussions progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I welcome those words of reassurance from the Leader. She will recall that ahead of the recent Senedd elections, she promised that Labour governments at both ends of the M4 and a Labour administration in County Hall would deliver a funding settlement for Monmouthshire. Yet, despite this week's modest budget uplift, and perhaps she has more sway after all with Plaid ministers than her former Labour colleagues, Monmouthshire will still languish at the bottom of Welsh local authority settlements. These are promises made which remain undelivered. I welcome the commitment to redouble her efforts, and I fully support her in these final 12 months to that effect. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, but what is important is that we continue constructive dialogue with both governments. In the case of the funding formula, the Plaid government have indicated that this is one of their priorities of the 100 days, and we will be there discussing what that will look like for ourselves and across the whole of the 22 local authorities in Wales. It is early days of discussions, but I'm sure you'll agree that you can only make change by being persistent and consistent, and I think that has been a theme of this council's agenda, and that you engage with a clear set of asks, which we have laid out, with local government. So thank you very much, and I will continue, and I've no doubt I'll be brought back to council to report back as this process continues.
Thanks for answering the question. Just to be absolutely clear, because I didn't see a question in that supplementary, Councillor Davis. At the end of the day, a question, in my view, is a short sentence with a question mark at the end, with a positive, what is, etc. So, let's stick to that. We'll go to the third question now, and it's, again, County Councillor Thomas Davis to County Councillor Angela Sandals.
Thank you, Chair. Diolch Gadeirydd, and I shall bear that guidance in mind in future. A question I'm sure close to your heart, Gadeirydd, to ask the Cabinet Member to confirm how the authority intends to support and promote next year's Gwent Urdd Eisteddfod. Diolch.
Diolch am eich cwestiwn, Cynghorydd Davies. Thank you for the question, Councillor Davies. Although the Eisteddfod will be held in Newport, we are thrilled that it is billed as the Gwent Regional Eisteddfod. The name chosen is Eisteddfod yr Urdd Bro Wenhynnen, Gwent 2027, which is named after Lady Llanover's bardic name, creating a strong connection with Sir Fynwy. Now we have a fluent speaking chair and vice chair, and as a lifelong Welsh learner myself, I'll look towards the front bench. You can tell me off when I get it wrong, okay? Many of you in the chamber will recall the wonderful occasion 10 years ago when we hosted the main Eisteddfod on Castle Meadows in Abergavenny. I'm told that over 100,000 people attended the Urdd, which is one of Europe's largest youth festivals celebrating Welsh language, culture and community. Although hosted in Newport, Monmouthshire will play an active role in encouraging local children, young people, residents and partners to participate, volunteer, attend and promote the event. It will contribute the aspirations of our Welsh language and cultural strategies. Our schools will be central, with support to raise awareness of competitions, encourage participation, and using it to enrich the curriculum across subjects such as Welsh, arts, history, and citizenship. Community learning will provide accessible opportunities for adults and families to engage with the Welsh language and culture, building on increased interest since the National Eisteddfod. Our community development team will promote volunteering and community-led activity, while communications will raise awareness and encourage attendance and participation so that we can maximise the benefits for local people, businesses and community. As with the National Eisteddfod, I'm confident this will provide a lasting legacy for the language in Monmouthshire and our corner of Wales. While I have everybody's attention, I've also been asked by Councillor Griffiths to mention an exciting event coming up. Goel Hwyl Hasgwent on the 4th of July in Chepstow. Chepstow Town Council has been working with the local Urdd fundraisers to create a street party to beat all others. The intention is that it raises money for the Urdd, but it also allows thousands to have great fun in celebrating Wales. The languages of Wales, the arts, the crafts, the song, the music, the history and the literature. Please do put the date in your diaries and come and join the fun. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Davies.
Okay, diolch am hwnna. Thank you for that, Councillor Sandals. Supplementary?
Very briefly, Chair, diolch Gadeirydd. I should have probably declared a personal interest as the proud parent of a child who competed at the Urdd Eisteddfod last month in Ynys Môn. But with that said, will she join me in warmly congratulating all our school children and particularly their parents as well for their support. They really are fabulous ambassadors for our county. I'm delighted to hear the vision and the ambition that she has. And I'm pleased to hear that she shares my commitment to showcasing the musical talent that we have here in Monmouthshire and more broadly to promote the language across our great county. Thank you.
I'm struggling to find a question, but okay, diolch am hwnna.
Absolutely, I concur, Councillor Davies. Yes.
Okay, diolch yn fawr. We move now then to County Councillor Louise Brown to question for the leader, Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby.
I'm handing over to my council deputy.
I wasn't allowed to read the question.
What's the question then?
Yeah.
It's the one on CCR.
Yeah, we need to hear the question.
Yeah, I was just pointing out it's not coming to me.
Let's have the question. Councillor Brown, over to you now then for the question, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah. My question is, how is the administration communicating with stakeholders, elected members and residents about the Cardiff Capital Region Strategic Development Plan? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And as the leader said, as the Cabinet member with responsibility for planning, I'll do my best to respond to an important question. The development of a strategic development plan is a statutory responsibility of the Cardiff Capital Regions Corporate Joint Committee, which has delegated the development of this plan to a committee. They call it the Strategic Development Committee, which consists of the 10 local authority cabinet members who exercise local authority responsibility for planning. So that committee of the CJC includes myself, and I've been engaged in this process. It's a process developing a strategic plan which is in its preliminary stages, and it will be important, and I stress at every meeting, that the CJC works with its member local authorities to engage with local communities as this process of developing a regional plan develops. The Cardiff City region has very recently made a call for strategic candidate sites in order to inform its view on the potential balance of development across the region. The view of MCC and my view, which I express every time I have the opportunity, has been to welcome the role of the CJC in setting a regional context for the balance of development across the region. But to argue that within that regional context, the decisions on the allocation of sites should lie with the local authority as this process goes forward. We are seeking an opportunity to meet with the Welsh Government's Cabinet Minister for Planning and Housing, and we will press this point on that minister.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary question, Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you. I think it's very important that councillors, stakeholders and residents are told about all the stages of the Cardiff Capital Region Strategic Development Plan in the same way that we're told about the RLDP, as there may be candidate sites being proposed in any ward area and should be on our MCC website. I found out about the call for candidate sites by the community clerk kindly copying me in to an email from One Voice Wales. The Chief Executive and leader of local authorities are notified. So my question is, how will the Chief Executive, the leader and officers ensure that there is proper communication with elected members, stakeholders and residents, as there is a failure to do so at this very first stage which, on call for candidate sites, which is halfway through? Thank you.
Thanks.
For the supplementary, I think it's an important supplementary, and I know the call for candidate sites has taken place only in the last few weeks. We have a members' workshop coming up where I'm looking forward to an opportunity to share this process with members, but I think you're right. We've got off the pace, that this has happened without the communication getting to ward members. I'll report that back to the Cardiff City region, but I'll also ask myself what I could have done and should have done to share the information that I've had on this at an earlier stage. So thanks very much for the question.
Right, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. We go to the next question, 12.5, County Councillor Peter Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Has the new Welsh Government confirmed the commitment of the previous Welsh Government to developing a road link between the M48 and Seven Tunnel Junction railway station?
Thanks, Councillor Strong. The previous Welsh Government included in the Welsh Government's budget for 26-27 provision for taking forward the options, the design options for a new junction on the M48 to link with a new road which will bypass the village of Roggett to Seven Tunnel Junction railway station. This was very much welcomed by this council. It is of local significance to the residents of Roggett, as traffic will be diverted from their narrow roads to, in essence, a bypass of that village. As we've discussed earlier, it is of wider significance as it will offer residents of Sevenside access to the motorway network without congesting Chepstow. And also, as I've argued earlier, it's of transnational significance because it will allow the development of a genuine Sevenside parkway linking to a metro across the wider region. The new Welsh Government has published for consultation a supplementary budget for 26-27. This is in the last few days. We need to confirm that this does not change, and I have no reason to believe that it does, but that this does not change the provision for the funding of a design exercise on the M48 link road. We're seeking confirmation of that. We're pressing for meetings with the Transport Minister. New governments will create doubt in the mind, but I have no reason to believe, I've seen no evidence to suggest that the commitment of the previous government is not being carried forward by the new government.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, there may be some delay, but given that with the best will in the world, any link road will not be complete by the end of next year when trains from Seven Tunnel Junction direct to London are planned. Given that, will the council give high priority to resurfacing Station Road Roggett and reviewing the need for additional road safety measures, given that this will be the only route to Seven Tunnel Junction at that time, and that the road is already in a very poor state, but will be taking a great deal of extra traffic?
Thanks for the supplementary. I think the point is an important one. Changes are already happening, positive changes are happening for Seven Tunnel Junction, and there is an expectation that a significant new rail service will operate from that station. Good news. But as Councillor Strong says, the link road will not be in place in time for that. It will put an extra burden on the road, the narrow road, the difficult road going through the village of Roggett. I think Councillor Strong is trying to bounce me into a budgetary commitment, a statement of priority. And I think what I need to say at this stage is that every consideration will be given to the changing circumstance of Roggett.
Okay, thank you for that, Diolch yn fawr. And now we go to 12.6, and it's from County Councillor Simon Howarth to County Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Thank you, Chair, and I won't keep you long, members. As the motion is written, Chair, thank you. Sorry. Right, let me read it out. Could the Cabinet Member please provide update on the site meeting from Church Road and Upper Church Road, Gilwan, and that was dated on the 16th of February, 26. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, certainly. Highways Operations are reviewing the drainage options in Church Road and Upper Church Road following that site meeting. As I understand it, much of the water is coming onto the highway from field runoff, which is quite difficult to manage within the existing drainage system. The additional core revenue funding provided for sweeping and vectoring that we've made available this year should give extra capacity for the teams to carry out higher levels of maintenance. But there is a point during the heavier storms where the drainage system can't cope and will become overrun. I will ask the head of service to update you and the residents present at the site visit with proposed timescales for any works that can be undertaken. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any supplementary? No. Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
May I just ask, would it be possible that we can meet on site at the earliest opportunity to alleviate the flooding, lower down on the properties, etc., with some minor works which have been asked for many months now? Could somebody meet us down there and try and resolve that as quickly as possible, please? Thank you, Chair.
I will ask the flooding team whether they've got that on their radar, and if not, could they? Thank you.
Okay. (12.7) from County Councillor Christopher Edwards to County Councillor Laura Wright.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can the Cabinet Member outline what actions have been taken to protect pupils and staff of Chepstow schools, leisure centre staff and users, and local residents from a safeguarding perspective after the activities of the illegal traveller encampment at Chepstow Leisure Centre in March of this year? And what measures will be put in place to ensure that this will not happen again?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. The question is going to be taken by Cabinet Member Councillor Angela Sandals.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Since the incidents, officers have reviewed the circumstances to identify practical steps to reduce the risk of recurrence. Council departments have been working collaboratively to explore options to reduce the likelihood of further encampments, including the consideration of physical control measures at the site, while ensuring that any solutions remain safe and appropriate for the wider functionality of the area. The site is very operationally complex, with a one-way system and single points of access and exit. It experiences high volumes of both pedestrian and vehicular traffic, including leisure centre users, school pupils, parents, buses, and other public transport. Any measures must therefore enhance security without introducing additional risks to safety, access or traffic flow. As well as exploring physical alterations to the site following the Chepstow encampment, a change in internal practices now means that a cross-council internal response group will be established to enable rapid, coordinated action and to manage the impact of the encampment. This approach has already been effective, as demonstrated during the Caldicot encampment in May. It is worth noting that the Council must act within the legal framework for unauthorised encampments, balancing community protection with due process and the welfare of the occupants of the encampment. Safeguarding concerns, however, are prioritised and addressed through appropriate safeguarding, community safety and police processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Diolch. Supplementary? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you, Councillor Sandals, for your response. It's good to know that things have been going on in the background. I think it was 2 months since I actually emailed you and Councillor Wright and, of course, the chief officers involved. Now, I perfectly appreciate that the Council having to follow this direction of leave policy, which unfortunately leaves local residents basically as second-class citizens, leaves a lot to be desired. Now, this path takes a week to arrange and enact, and in the meantime, the damage is done. So without going into detail, the escalation in incidents was shocking, as we discovered this time around, with staff, both leisure centre and school, having to suffer unnecessary behaviour way above their job description, and partly carried out while safety concerns for local children. Now, this council has a duty of care. Now, as in with your own ward, many council-run car parks in Monmouthshire.
Can you now
along
get
with
back
other
to the question, please? Now, this is, going into quite broad detail. So, have you got a question now as a supplementary or not?
I have, yes. And just to give you a little bit of an indication, it begins with the word when.
Right.
Like I said, car parks attached to public buildings, as in your own ward, possess swivel height restriction barriers as an effective deterrent. So when will this council be considering this for Chepstow's main quay and community and school facility to deter these seasonal unauthorised encampments? You mentioned this review, but can we have some kind of timeline for this? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandals.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't got a timeline for you. I will find out. But as I explained in the answer, it really is a very complex site with, you know, the different amounts of traffic going in and out, and the vehicles and pedestrians. But it is in hand, and we are looking at a range of solutions, basically. So, but I will try and find out what the, you know, if there is a timeline, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks. We now go to County Councillor Lisa Dimmock. Question to County Councillor. Yes. Have you got Councillor Dimmock on the line, on the call? Yeah, she's coming now. Right, thank you. You're on mute now, Lisa. We can't currently hear you, Councillor Dimmock. Yeah, I'll read the question on your behalf, obviously in a good Welsh accent. The question is, when was the Cabinet member first aware that the PEDU hearings would need to be postponed because of a failure to comply with Regulation 23, and what steps is the Council now taking to ensure full compliance with the process?
Dimmock. The Council has worked effectively to ensure that the proceedings of the public examination of our replacement local development plan, that examination by PEDU is communicated to the public of Monmouthshire and to all those who've contributed to the public consultation previously held in Monmouthshire. As a result of the effectiveness of our communication of those arrangements, I am pleased that so many have arranged to contribute to the public examination. I'm particularly pleased that there will be a contribution from Councillor Dimmock. MCC advertised the timetable for the public examination effectively by providing a link on its website. The link was effective. On the 29th of May 2026, PEDU gave its view that the provision of a link was not sufficient to meet the legal requirements on the Council, and that the proceedings timetable should appear directly on the MCC website rather than through a link. That was their judgment. It would not have been my judgment, but it's their judgment that matters in this case. And as a result, the arrangements are now directly on the MCC website. The examination of the RLDP has not been suspended. Work is continuing on the examination of the plan, and the commencement of the hearings will take place on the 8th of September. The Council continues in its commitment to support a fair and transparent examination process.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Dimmock, you want to come in the supplementary?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. This system is awful, for the record. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I appreciate that. But you have to recognise that this misjudgment failure is likely to undermine public confidence, particularly among residents who have engaged closely with the local development plan process. Will you commit to a review and how the error, or how this misjudgment was made, and ensure that lessons are learned and similar failures are prevented in future.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much. I certainly think there needs to be a review. Our examination will continue from the 8th of September. It will need no further revision. I think the review should be taken collectively across the nation of Wales, and I think Welsh Government, PEDU and the local authorities should give serious consideration as to whether a link is or is not an effective means of communication. It may well be in the future that we will move into the 21st century and PEDU and Welsh Government will recognise that the link works effectively.
Okay, thank you for that. We move now then to the next question, 12.9, from County Councillor Penny Jones to County Councillor Ben Callard.
Thank you, Chair. The question is, please could the Cabinet member give an update on the long-awaited asset transfer for the Mugger in Raglan to Raglan Community Council? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jones. You're right to say this has been long running. I think the original Cabinet decision was taken in 2017, and you know that I share your desire to get this resolved as quickly as possible. We've recently been hampered, I believe, by some changes in the legal representation from the Community Council side, which I believe has recently been resolved with somebody appointed in the last couple of weeks. So we've responded to the final outstanding items, which included repair and maintenance responsibilities, electricity recharging, and confirmation of Raglan Community Council's agreement. So hopefully we can get that agreed promptly, and then a report will be brought to Cabinet for the approval of the transfer. Thank you.
Thank you.
No supplement.
Yes, can I ask?
Yes, yeah, you carry on.
The question has been brought to Council again because, on behalf of the residents of Raglan, because who do not have access to many facilities. As you know, Ben, yourself, there is no village hall which can be used for any form of sport or exercise. The old school is used only as a meeting room and is totally unsuitable and urgent need of repair. The old primary school that was is in urgent need of demolition and is in appalling and dangerous state. And the play area in Prince Charles Road is old and crumbling equipment, with no signs of repairs being carried out and with recent grants having sidelined us. So could I ask, please, that on behalf of the residents, to ensure that a timeline is given and that is adhered to for this transfer, because we've been told before that it's on board and it won't be long. We don't need the word prompt. We would really like a considered timeline, please, and make sure that our children, can enhance their well-being as we would expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jones. I absolutely agree with you. I just say it's so difficult, and we know the situation that's been going on with the old primary school in Raglan as well, when the tools to get these situations resolved aren't all within our gift, when we rely on other organisations to engage with us. But on a positive note, I think there's been some positive movement with the old primary school in Raglan as well. So I'm really hoping that we can get both of these issues resolved. I hope before next May.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Callard. Last but not least, and in 12.10, from County Councillor Richard John to County Councillor Mary Ann Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. Leader, what discussions have you had with Cabinet Ministers in the new Welsh Government?
Thank you for your question, Councillor John. I'm committed, alongside my Cabinet colleagues, to maintaining the constructive dialogue we had with the previous Welsh Government, with the new Welsh Government, to support Monmouthshire, champion Monmouthshire, and to further and progress our priorities. We have written to First Ministers to offer our congratulations and reinform our willingness to work together. And we've also written to all the Cabinet members, and we will be following this up and are following this up during this first 100 days as their priorities are being established. Through the LGA, We've had frequent meetings with ministers. I am spokesperson, as you know, on several committees. I am now one of the spokespeople for social care because of the importance it is for Monmouthshire. I'm also the spokesperson for rural affairs, and meetings with cabinet members respectively have been set up and are being held. I've also met with Cabinet Minister for Local Government and Housing on a number of occasions where I've raised matters including planning, housing and funding. Further meetings are scheduled with Cabinet Ministers for enterprise, connectivity and energy and rural resilience, as I mentioned previously.
Thanks. Supplementary?
Thank you. You'll recall that the last Welsh Government legislated for a council tax revaluation in 2028. What discussions have you had about that? Because we are concerned that that's going to disproportionately impact Monmouthshire by introducing additional bands, forcing residents into a higher council tax band on top of the 30% council tax rise they've had over the last 4 years. So what discussions have you had with ministers about council tax revaluation, and have they given you any clarity as to whether that will go ahead in 2028?
Bearing in mind, Councillor John, that the new government has not yet been in place 2 months. It's not a conversation we have had yet. You'll recall also that we collectively across the council had our concerns about the options put forward by the Welsh Government, and we agreed to pursue that option that had the least harm for Monmouthshire residents. I have no doubt the new government, as they have said, are reviewing all parts of the funding formula, their relationship with local government. They have indicated, the Cabinet Member for Local Government, Housing and Planning has indicated that, in her words, all options are on the table and that she wants an open dialogue going forward as we progress that relationship.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby, for that response to the last question. Last item on the agenda. Date of the next meeting is 16th of July 2026. Just want to express my thanks to every member here in the room, and I'm sure probably online in quite hot houses. Thanks for all your patience and your inputs. Diolch yn fawr, diolch o galon am y gwaith prynawn 'ma. I declare the meeting closed. Diolch yn fawr.